So there's this a stick going around, a memory stick for the presentations. We'll just present on one computer because it's all set up already. So Madhu's got it now. We'll pass it down. There we go. We'll just pass it through and then we can.
We'd like to ask for those who do put on, just put your name so that I know which one is which. It will just be easier. But
Name the presentation with your name so that we know where you go. If you don't have a presentation, it's fine. We'll chat about it. It's just if you do have one. Because now what we'd like to do for everyone's online so too, it's just to go through the room and get an idea of the type of research that you're working on. If you have ideas and link to some of the stuff that Can's already presented, the different work packages and how you see yourself integrating. But that's what the next 2 days is about us chatting to see how we can work together. So we have to go to whatever. But if you have something, I'll be tomorrow. So she's doing.
Okay. I was frantically writing down notes while Kang was chatting, so I tried to piece together some stuff. But hi everyone, my name's Ashley. I think most of you have met me at some point. I was one of Kang's students. I'm now working as a research specialist at CGIAR, which is a research consortium of 15 different research institutions. I'm based at CIAT, which is the International Center for Tropical Agriculture, along with Uni, who's also here today. So we're in the same team and hopefully not too much of our stuff overlaps, but we do work on the same thing as a day-to-day basis. I originally did my undergraduate in conservation ecology, and so I'm one of the ecology people that kind of snuck across to this side. And over time, my work has really evolved into more climate-focused research, and most of what I do now sits at this intersection of climate, systems thinking, and applied modeling. So today I thought I'd share a few things that I'm working on that hopefully connect, maybe not directly, but conceptually with some of the themes of this group. So the first is around global tipping points. We started collaborating with a group led by Tim Lenton, and his work focuses on identifying these critical thresholds in Earth systems. So these are points where small changes can lead to very large, often irreversible shifts, which is what we call these tipping points. What's interesting here, and I think in a lot of the work that we are thinking of doing now with this group, is that these are fundamentally non-linear system dynamics. So we're dealing with feedbacks, we're dealing with thresholds, and a lot of emergent behavior across these human as well as natural systems. So this led to some work on the climate and social side. I co-authored a paper on negative social tipping dynamics. And this looks at how environmental and social systems co-evolve. So for example, climate shocks can destabilize livelihoods or political systems, and these in turn reduce the adaptive capacity of a system. And this then reinforces environmental degradation again. So this was really about these coupled human environmental systems, which Kang mentioned earlier. The second area that's been really interesting for me, and it's something that's come up more recently in our research group, in CGIAR, so I showed you earlier, there's these 15 different research institutes. We have a research institute called WorldFish, and we collaborate now with them on some of our work packages. They are based in Solomon Islands, and they collect a lot of data, including biodiversity data and ocean-based data that side. But from a biodiversity perspective, islands are really interesting, right? We think of like the Galapagos, where isolation allows these interesting evolutionary dynamics, but also from a systems perspective, they're very constrained, tightly coupled systems. So we did some work there now with island food systems, which are very import dependent, they're highly exposed to climate vulnerability, and they're very limited in terms of land and resource availability. So they're really interesting settings for these system level dynamics. So things like system resilience, vulnerability in a more bounded context. And that makes them really powerful for testing a few ideas that we have, right, in more open systems. But what we also realized, we conducted recently a systematic review for a Nature Communications paper, is that these systems are really data scarce. So if we're thinking about collecting data within this group, that's also something to consider. And then the last point I wanted to touch on was something slightly different, but I think really important, and this is research pipelines and then how we position our work, whether it's in academia or through research institutes like we're at, or this group that we're starting now. And it's really important when we think about collaborations, informing policy, and continuing work perhaps with budget limitations and blocks. So recently, myself and Uni were involved in a really interesting project with USAID called the Famine Early Warning System. And this was very abruptly cut by Trump. And I think what this highlighted for me is that doing research isn't just about the science, it's also about how the science fits into this global landscape. So two things became really important for me at that point, is that we need to build a strong case for why our work matters. And then secondly, we need to align it with current global priorities. So for example, climate change, what I'm really focused on is still critical, but it's not always the most fundable entry point on its own. And also now, since budget cuts, it's become very competitive. So we started linking our research and the things that we're interested to adjacent domains that maybe are a little bit more fundable. So one example is a recent proposal that we submitted. We partnered with a tuberculosis research group. And at first glance, climate and TB seem quite far apart. But when you start looking at the environmental drivers, nutrition and vulnerability, there's these clear system level connections between health and climate change. I know Kang mentioned a paper earlier on food security and disease. This is really the same basis. So climate impacts food systems impact nutrition, which impacts immunology, which then results in the activation of latent TB within populations. And just by linking environmental change to these health outcomes, we were able to submit a grant just last week based on this same concept. And then similarly, we've also done some work in Cabo Delgado. So this is northern Mozambique, which obviously has had large conflicts implications there. So there we looked at the intersection of conflicts, climate change, and nature-based solutions. Again, trying to understand how these multiple stresses interact with the system rather than treating them in isolation. So here we did some inverse modeling. So that's carbon modeling, water yields, crop pollination, and we situated this all within the conflict context. So I think a broader point here is a lot of the work that we are interested in, whether it's biodiversity, climate, or ecosystems, kind of fits within this complex, adaptive, and interconnected systems. And yeah, sometimes it's just about making those connections more explicit with how we position our work. That's all for me.
Yeah, where's those two places? Or did you say? The two islands, the fascinating pictures.
Oh, they're both, I think, in the Pacific. But I'm not too sure where those were. Those ones I just pulled images from Google yesterday to show the different constraint systems. Yeah. So
because in the Maldives, the main city of the Maldives is just crazy. It's just built up. And then they've got one island that's just the rubbish island.
Yes.
And it burns all the time. It's
Yeah.
really depressing to go past it because all the plastic's getting burned. And then you go to these, exotic, first world, very expensive islands where all the people who are rich have a little bungalow. And then you go where I stay, the backpackers. It's sort of in between all those things. So yeah, it's really highlights the
Yeah,
craziness of this world.
yeah, definitely.
I have a question there. The primary mandate for your institute, is it research papers, reports that feed back into policy? Or I also see you talk a lot about these dashboards that leaving something behind for these nature-based solutions for people on the ground to use?
It really depends what we put as an output. So we also have work packages. And the same as you guys showed earlier, it's like 2 workshops, paper, and we must have reached this many people with the workshops, or policy documents informing policy, those kind of things. So that's kind of how we situate our outputs. And then we just have to make sure that those are met within a year or within, and then we have review cycles. We make sure that everything, yeah. So sometimes it's academic papers, sometimes it's reports, it's dashboards, it's, yeah.
And how can they?
This one, we got funded by our World Food Program. So we spoke to them, they had a gap. They funded this project. A lot of the other things that we're funded by is like science programs within CG. And then we get bilaterals, so we get bilateral projects. And then we also apply for research grants. So we just constantly writing to apply for research grants at the moment.
So if someone approached you with an idea that they wanted to work on, you would work with them to try and get grants together?
Yes, yeah. So we have a few different groups that we kind of collaborating with, trying to push for these grants, because obviously it's good to have funding associated with what you're doing, right? In the beginning, when our research group first started, we did a lot of things for free, you know, but now funding is becoming more limited. So now it's kind of, we want to do research, but we have to make sure that it's mapped to something. Yeah, so that's.
But is there a basic, are you an organization that's funded basically?
We're a non-profit research organization, so we have to find our own
So you're
funding.
totally, okay.
So we are sometimes on 2 different projects, 3 different projects, 4 different projects, and then when we're doing all these projects, we're also applying for grants for the next projects. That's kind of, and then we all have our research interests, and we kind of collaborate as a group. So we have some gender specialists, we have climate specialists, we have, you know, so me and Uni sit within the quantitative data analytics group. We do a lot of climate change research. Yeah.
Do you work a lot with universities?
For proposals, yeah, we really do like collaborating with universities, because often with proposals they want to see local universities.
And implementing that.
Yes, yeah, we do as well. We do like projects where we'll do stuff, and then there's people on the ground, locals, like groups that'll do the implementation.
You have like a network with people regularly.
There is, yeah. So we work quite a bit with, well, World Food Program at the moment, and then UNHCR, so the UN High Commission for Refugees. Do quite a bit of work with them. Yeah. So right now our work is, a lot of it's connected to humanitarian work, to social systems. So we're really interested in the environmental systems. We connect that to the social systems, but then we have people who are the more social scientists, their expertise. We have to try and link that, because obviously we can do some really interesting work in a place like Cabo Delgado and say like, all these amazing nature-based solutions, and you need to implement beekeeping and you need to implement this livelihood strategy. But if they're on the ground fighting and there's these conflict impacts, none of it's really going to make a difference. So you actually have to connect it with what's going on there. Let's make sure that it's like locally relevant. So 2 of our team members went there, and it's can't really visit the areas. So they went on like a UN plane, and they went down there and they had security and everything. And they did, yeah, some interesting field work while they were there. And then we came up with these nature-based solutions that hopefully alleviate some of the conflict impacts as well there. Yeah.
Taking it in scope for overlap and even within work factor 5. See a lot of stuff. So maybe it makes more sense for Anya to come and saying.
They also somehow operating within the way.
If there are any questions online, I don't know who I'm supposed to speak to. I'm gonna check the chat, so please go there, or just speak. You'll get it.
Hi everyone, I'm in Rockville and I'm also part of CGIAR, so mainly with INSEAD, with Ash. And I did my PhD in Stellenbosch University with Kang a few years ago. And I'm just going to show what we are doing in general instead of focusing on specific projects, because those ones have already been presented by Ashley. Yeah. So in general, what we do is a systems analysis approach. So we, of course, we don't concentrate on isolated parts of the ecosystem, but rather study the link between them, and especially concentrate on the feedback loops and nonlinear dynamics of the system. So in there, we integrate of climate change, agricultural complaints, migration. So any socioeconomic and natural ecosystems are like incorporated into one system. Yeah. So one aspect of my research was the study of ecological networks of interactions, which is one example of such a system. So we can have like the species are the components of the system, but rather we can also have networks of networks. So so it's like a meta network here. Then to incorporate the socioeconomic and environmental changes, we studied the effects of environmental change, such as climate change and land use and invasion, pollution into those networks. And then afterwards, we study what is the impact of them to the ecosystem. So we're studying about the invisibility of the community, biodiversity loss, or range shift. So that is one way to study systems. But then later on, I focused more on explicitly adding the dimensions, the socioeconomic dimensions into it, rather than just the nature component. So one main component of our work here is to actually study the compounding impact of environmental perturbation. So mainly climate change. So for instance, we have like co-occurrence of climate extremes. So what happens is that when we have co-occurrence, the impact is not linear anymore, but then rather compounding. And then those risks are also compounded by socioeconomic vulnerabilities. So we are trying to model that into a system and study the feedback loops and the impact from that on society. Yeah, so for that compound risk framework, we especially try to understand the likelihood of extreme compound events. So how often do they happen? But then also how does it propagate through the system? So it's really about the structure and characteristics of the system, and also how the society is prepared to receive them. So mainly it's about the mitigation and the barrier that can limit the shocks. So yeah. So what we do in general is to compile data across many dimensions. Like in here we have socioeconomic dimensions, but also climate dimensions, environmental dimensions. And then, of course, when we get the data, we aggregate them at the same temporal and spatial resolution to get that kind of data cube. And then starting from there, we build models. So far we built mainly probabilistic model, like the Bayesian network analysis here, to quantify the links and and then later on to do scenario simulations to inform policies. Like in here, we have the case of Kenya, and then we built that kind of model for the entire dimensions within Kenya. And yeah, from there, it's always to inform policies about which dimension is more important. What can we do to limit land degradation? And yeah, like anything that can be asked by policymakers. Okay, yeah, so in general, it's just systems analysis, incorporating all the components and dimensions of society. But of course, we have got those isolated and more localized studies that Ash has presented, like in Solomon Island or Cabo Delgado in Mozambique. And for them, we tailor the solutions to be more specific to the location. For instance, for Cabo Delgado study, it was more about nature-based solution. Okay, so in terms of future research, what TESI would be interested in is actually to also think about the link between climate change impact on biodiversity and building the other way around, the other link, the feedback loop between these two components, because so what I mean here is really to incorporate nature positive models into macroeconomic models of macroeconomic models of based on net zero climate models. So having that link between these two models. And of course, we are doing also tipping points and where are the planetary boundaries going to be overreached. But yeah, we have got one of this, but I feel like we are not doing too much of that kind of research. So adding more dynamics into the models. And yeah, and more localized one as well, to focus on localized data rather than just an entire country. Yeah, all of that.
Working with what is this System Resilience Center? Because the planetary boundaries is part of the Stockholm.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of their research, but we're not working with them for now.
So you were saying that you want to start involving these more curated, localized data sets. So at this stage, are you looking at data that you can download freely off the internet, or are they combined with some of the study sets?
Sure. Yeah, sure. For sure, we have already started to make it more localized instead of global research. But yeah, we are always looking for data. Yeah, but especially looking for more interesting study case, I would say, like in Cabo Delgado, it was interesting because it was a compound impact of climate and environmental change, but also conflicts. So that kind of a fragile setting that we are working on would be very interesting. And of course, we are always looking for data and localized case that can be utilized, like useful for people.
Sadly, we have now a big world region becoming a very fragile,
Yeah,
Sadly, with conflict and in terms of environmental impact and social economic impacts. It's happening before our eyes. I haven't been this way since the Cold War, we think. But it may be a good opportunity to learn more.
yeah. For
Sorry,
sure.
people in the front. It's not so easy to hear your
Sorry,
question.
sorry. No, I was saying that I found this study of a conflict area very interesting. And unfortunately, we have now a big part of the world, or non-negligible part of the world, under escalating conflict. From the point of view of the socioeconomic and also the environmental impact that the Gulf War is going to have. I think it's going to be a never before seen case study of beyond control destruction.
Mm.
So but at the same time, it's a very interesting opportunity to gather data and to try to infer or model something else. But it's very scary. I'm old enough to remember the Cold War. I don't remember being as scared as I am now. Well, because potentially it can spread everywhere like a contagious disease.
Do we have a mic that we could move around?
Only have that mic that she's
Oh,
using.
was happy with that.
I think conflict modeling is very interesting, right? I mean, where did you get the conflict data?
Yeah, so there are a few data sets for conflicts, so they are counting number of events, fatalities globally. But yeah, it's always different when the data is global. So when it is not, what is it, like, hasn't been double checked by the whole people. And then that's different from having data for just one location, and then those data were provided by people that are really on the ground. But of course, there are a few data sets for conflict out there.
We also like to merge a few different frameworks. We have a code that merges for these global data sets of conflict. That's the one that we mostly use. And then one of our other team members, she does natural language processing. And what they do is they actually pull like from Twitter and whatever, any like words that are associated with conflict or a dispute or whatever. And then that can give us a little bit more localized information on like conflict dynamics or pastoral, communities that are fighting over something or that kind of thing. And it's very like live. So obviously people are going to post about it and go, oh, we've seen this, or oh, we've done that. So that's also another interesting way to get hold of data.
And there's a huge difficulty with that because of the widespread usation of fake.
Yes, yeah.
Alternative, let's call it alternative
Yeah.
facts because we're in a polite environment. But the Gulf War now represents, I mean, in a sense, a unique opportunity to
Yeah.
You have to present at the end of the day, just joking. Really good praise. Thanks, Sophie. Does anyone want to volunteer to go next, or I'm just gonna start going into the. Right, Carlos, do you have a presentation that's on a stick?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carlos Poblete. As you can notice by my accent, I'm not South African. I'm Chilean. I've been working here in South Africa for almost 11 years. We focus in this area of agriculture. I think is something a little different than what we discussed in the morning, but with a lot of potential interactions. So that is why I'm here today. As you can see, also I recycled this presentation. It's for 2000. Was 2 years ago. And I'm gonna try to explain you more or less what we are doing in this new group of digital agriculture. So it's the one I'm coordinating now in a new institute. Very briefly, so we follow this idea of collecting data, then doing something, analysis, and then implement a practice or a method. So as you can see in the top part, so data acquisition today in agriculture can be with different ways. Non-destructive technologies, it's a higher resolution and accuracy. So sensors are much cheaper. Robotics integration with networks and also big data. So that doesn't mean that the data are not very complicated. So I think similar to what you experience in other areas in agriculture is a big challenge because the data are not very well structured. Sometimes with different ways that the people put the data, it's not very simple. Then the second point is when you do something with analysis, there's a new type of methods, as you know, probably better than me. So machine learning, new hardware that is fully available, and also open source frameworks that allow us to do more. And finally, the third point is when you implement that in a plan, we say management plan, something that the people in the field can do something. In particular, here in the example, you can see optimized viticulture practices because I'm hosted in the Department of Viticulture and Enology, but we extend that to any type of agriculture sector. Sustainability, that's extremely important. So the government and all of the agencies are putting money and resources on that. Integration of information, that is something new. In the concept of now is climatic data, soil data, yield, et cetera, in multiple layers of information. And with that, we can apply that either a web page or an app or something that the people can take actions. We go back. We work mostly in these 5 topics, so fruit quality, canopy assessment, pest and disease monitoring, yield estimation, and water requirement and stress monitoring. So our focus is in these 5, and I'm going to show you a couple of examples. So in fruit quality, what we are doing, so mainly using some techniques non-destructive, so that it's easy for the people to assess the quality of the fruit without taking chemical samples. That is the new tendency. So mainly trying to use some spectroscopy. So it's an example of a method that we implement in the lab, and we are now moving that to field conditions. It's a little more challenge. We use some of the facilities at the university. Maybe you can recognize that is the hyperspectral camera and the food science environment. So we scan in this case, berries. So you can see new varieties because that is why are very long. And that is extremely important because the market is evolving extremely quick today. So new things appear every day. So we're trying to develop some of these techniques. And as you can see there in the corner, also we are doing like an infill approach with a box that control light. Canopy assessment is also extremely important for us because size of the plants reflect if the plant is active to do certain actions in terms of physiology and doing photosynthesis and all of that. We use some techniques like drones to isolate and just use information for in this case, in viticulture, only the areas when the plants are located because that is how it looks a vineyard from aerial view. It's just a small portion that is plant and the rest is soil. We also use some techniques like LiDAR and certain robotics to try to calculate the area of the plants with these sensors. We have one prototype. But it's a lot of that. more that can be done in this sense. I know the people working in forestry, they also have better machines to do that type of approach. Some basic applications in this case is just with an app that we use certain theory in terms of light distribution, and we take some pictures with the app, and using the capabilities of the app, we also match the GPS location, and so we provide a mini map of the area, leaf area distribution. Pest and disease monitoring, extremely important locally. So we are suffering, for example, in viticulture with some virus that is endemic almost. There's almost all of the plants are infected. It's extremely difficult to fight with that. If you look carefully, let me go back. So that is how it looks a vineyard. You see that gaps there? I don't know if you can notice some gaps. So mainly that is not natural. It's the people removing the plants because they're infected. And the only control today is to remove all of the surrounding plants to try to stop that infection, but it's almost impossible. So that creates a lot of problems. Some of the symptoms are barely visible. As you can see there, small areas with infection. So what we are doing, we're trying to use AI now to help us capture as much as possible that information in a very practical way. So we're using some of these applications also for yield estimations. See here, when we talk about yield estimation, is mainly count the amount of fruit that you have, or the amount of apples, or in this case, grapes. And seems that's very trivial, but it's not, because you cannot see all of them, and the variability is huge. So almost people is failing in this type of approaches with 50 to 60%. When someone say, okay, I'm gonna predict the amount of my final yield this year, the error is plus minus 60%. So you can see it's actually random. So there's a lot of companies and interest in this topic. So we start some of these approaches using, for example, this AI detection to try to count the bunches and locate where they are using some of the AI methods. And finally, the water management, that is the topic today for agriculture sector. So we are suffering a lot with the climatic events, and we know that for the future going to be the same in terms of water management. So we're not expecting any type of improvements in that sense. So the people need to do that better. Satellite approaches, we have been published some of these articles, but it's not enough, because with satellite, it's not enough precision. So now we're moving for more in detail approach with thermography, using some cameras that also can detect when the plants are under stress or not. Try to analyze the variability inside of the vineyards and other crops using drones, using also handheld devices, try to split. And at the end, our idea is to provide maps like that so the people can see where are the areas with less water or more stress. This is an application that we did in an apple orchard. So it's a company that is also very proactive, putting some resources to do this type of applications. With a thermal drone, we isolate areas also with a different type of stress. And as you see in the corner, it's also a method that we developed to try to calculate an index that is important in this area. Just to finalize, what we're proposing is supporting current agriculture practices. We don't want to replace any type of the normal methods. Our group, the mandate of our group is to increase and improve. We know there's a lot of people now offering some models, and it's extremely important to test that and to have data sets and to have proper information that the models can be released to the market when they are really in a good condition. So because we see that many times companies offering services that are not at the standard. Extremely important, historical data and data set can be extremely relevant for the future, because it's very difficult to do predictions, because there's not a lot of historical data available. And finally, here was my final message, and it's the same for you. A collaboration among growers, service providers, and research institutions and researchers is extremely important, especially now with these new technologies. So that is why, for me in particular, I'm very glad to be here today and see if we can maybe try to join forces for some of these points. If and also my group can contribute in some of your research areas, you're also very welcome. Thank you. Yes.
Thanks, Carlos. Very interesting. What about the nutrients needed by the crops, and linked to that, the possibility of organic methods? Do you have ways of?
Yes, obviously I'm not covering all of the topics. It's extremely complex system. Actually, that is part of our group. The complexity in the biological environment in agriculture is extremely high because we are dealing, for example, with different crops, different ways that the plant access to the nutrients. Yeah, we are not fully focused now in plant nutrition because it's an area itself extremely complicated, but it's something that should be put on top of this or work in collaboration with this type of programs. Yes, because what I see at this moment, or what I'm using at this moment, is see the performance of the canopy, for example. I can see symptoms, so I can see that the plant is not behaving properly, but not fully focused now on why. And probably nutrition is one of those points. So yeah, still we need to do a lot. Yes.
Thank you, very interesting. But for your data, you are using the active sensor data or leader, but in some cases you are using the training data from models. So which training data you are using, or model training in machine learning?
Yeah, so I can tell you that, for example, now we're doing we finished a project with that leaf roll virus that was extremely complicated here in the Western Cape. So what we did, we approached students and we collect the data sets. So we went to the areas, we took pictures of the areas that were infected, the plants and the leaves. Then we took all of those leaves and we went to the lab to do an ELISA test to corroborate, and now we have the data set that is available. Yeah, so it's not very few databases that we can access. They're public, few of them. So unfortunately, we need to elaborate our own training databases to evaluate the models and create the models. And that data set in particular now is taken by the university, and they are putting that in more, that's not public, but also potentially for a commercial purpose.
In also the biodiversity research, we are using the open access platforms. Obviously, agriculture is related to so it's a very important economic sector. So most of the data that we collected, for instance, the pest and disease model, will not be openly accessible. And so just in terms of research collaborations, So I saw the canopy assessment and yield assessment. There's lots of those type of elements. So it's very similar to in ecological modeling. We also do the same thing, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, so we track the disease outbreaks and so on. The canopy, you have to assess, convert that to NDVIs using LiDAR. So yield assessment, you can check and assess above ground biomass, those type of things. It's just if we use NETEX as a platform to have such collaborations, how do we make the research open? So that's the challenge, actually.
Yeah, no, it's a challenge, and I think the platform can help us a lot to generate contact with other researchers. my approach until now had been focused on specific area and specific questions, and yeah, but I've not been able to extrapolate that or create bigger projects. So, and I think we are getting in certain limit, because also this, probably all of you know that this not pressure, but always the universities recommend why you didn't apply for a Horizon project in Europe. They're big and etc. And unfortunately, we don't have a human capacity, to be honest with you. So in my group, it's just we are 3, 4, 5 people, and students are rotating. Yeah, so through the NITEC, I think it's going to be very important to have more people affiliated to this area, and that can help us to engage with other groups, improve some of the techniques that we're using, because we are not fully experts in computer science or mathematics. So mainly we're using certain models that are well known. But the good thing is the application is extremely straightforward. So we can show that results and impact very easily. And some data set exists, but obviously that databases and all of that collaboration network is essential for the future. We don't have here in South Africa and whether a network system that is open. So we start from a very low base. So we try many times. Yeah, but if you want to really access to data set for climatic data, basic climatic data, you need to pay for that. Independently for research. I don't know how you're managing, all of you, that lack of data, but at the scale, the weather stations are mainly private. I live in this area in Western Cape that control most of the weather station data. And then people taking some samples, but it's mostly companies. Yeah, it's very, very complicated. So that is why we need a more holistic approach. And if I can approach a government, maybe through the support of NITEC, it can be easier to access to certain data. I don't know.
That's why this thing is so important. So now we can push some boundaries, see exactly where the boundary is, see if we can play it.
Yeah, because also I know that in the university we have the School of Climate. I don't know if some of you have interaction with the School of Climate. I don't know very well what they're doing in this field in particular, so I never be able to interact with them. And also any type of data set that is available from the School of Climate that we can use for agriculture or any other applications. So that is the gap I see at this moment. But fully open in terms of collaboration. So actually, I like a lot to work with students from different fields. We are part of an institute, so we can actually receive students with different skills. So we are working with engineers, people from geography, social science as well, because it's an economical aspect that is important. Yeah, so I think that gave me a certain privilege not to fully focus on my department, because we are a part of an institute type 2, that means that it's an open institute that can easily engage with NITEC and other networks. Yep. Quite close. That is our institute. Obviously, yeah. So it's South African Grape and Wine Research Institute. So we're part of the Faculty of Agri-Science, but we are an institute type 2, as I explained. So that means that we can work with students with different backgrounds. And we are now in the process also to invite people to be part of the institute. So joining or creating joining projects. Some of my other colleagues are working in different areas, more genetics and all of those other aspects as well. So yeah, if any of you wants to see more about the institute, I can send you the link. You can have a look. Yeah, but we are new in that sense, so it's not a lot of that we are interactions. I think most of the people is looking international contacts, but I prefer to work first in the foundational part here locally. Yes.
So I have the same question as earlier. So there's some basic funds. So you're paid a salary, and then on top of that, or do you have to procure all funds as this institute?
Yeah,
Right.
with the institute, we don't have it's mainly virtual in that sense. So it's not funds allocated to the institute itself. So each of the researchers part of the institute, we give a levy to the institute to keep running the logistics. So our main funder is well, the government and the local entities. There is a good advantage. For example, what happened here in South Africa in wine industry in particular. So every time a producer generate a kilogram of grapes or a liter of wine, they pay a levy. And it's a funding body that collect all of that money and they open calls for specific actions. And we use those fundings through research project, and then we give something back to the institute. Yeah, but in the institute also we can host postdoc students or co-host postdocs, and yeah, send projects and participate in collaborations. But it's mainly a virtual institute.
And all your equipment, is it in-house? You have a drone?
Yeah, we have some drones, we have some cameras, we have some sensors. We are starting now a new project with the Water Research Commission. That is something very interesting, that we're putting a sensor that can measure the amount of water that the plants are using. And it's very, very new. I think it's the only or the second one in the country with those characteristics. Yeah, we have some infrastructure. Yes, yes. But also we use some services as well. So for example, with the drones, it's much easier to pay for a company to do the flight for you, because you need a pilot with the license and etc. We used to have that, but yeah, it's not sustainable.
I think there is an excellent opportunity here, because Work Package 5 is KwaZulu-Natal focused. We also have a Western Cape wine industry and natural ecosystem.
We were chatting just before we started, and he's basically talking ecology. And I'm speaking agriculture, so we can.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Yep.
No, we're running a bit over time, but I think it's important that we all hear what everyone's doing so that we can work out how we're going to work together. So we'll run over time, but we'll make it up in a few minutes. Anyone else next? Or no, you have to go last. Anyone else? We have someone.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm going to try to keep this video short. So I come from a group called SEEK, just this very short acronym but long name. I can kill Rez for making this name. Anyway, so basically, just in brief, what we are, we're a statistical ecology group based in the stats department at UCT. And the broad idea is to essentially connect people across the spectrum, from very statistical people to very ecological. And I think yeah, we now been in existence for 10 years, or just over 10 years. And I think we've done quite a good job of doing that. So a lot of this is from our 10-year review. This just gives an idea of people we've worked with in the past. These things always look more glamorous than I think what it actually is in reality. But yeah, we have worked with a lot of cool people. This again is just to highlight the different topics that we've been involved in. And obviously being a statistical group, we tend to work in lots of different things, because it's a lot about just applying different methods to different topics, which, yeah, it has its pros and cons. But it is really cool because you're always dealing with new questions. A few of you, Ani was working with this, so she knows what it's like. But yeah, you can see the really diverse array of things we work in. Climate change really jumping out there, but yeah, remote sensing. And then there's a lot of like specific methods you'll see in there, so passive acoustic monitoring, machine learning, etc., etc. I think the other benefit is we're definitely seeing with the students is this, everyone now wants to move into AI, machine learning. And there's definitely been a dip in the number of students interested in ecology, so getting that connection from the analytical side, I think helps. This just shows, so we also do, we call them our stats toolboxes, but I think there's the potential for a lot of maybe overlap with the NITX seminars, we can discuss. So in the past, we weren't that good about keeping record of these, for want of a better term, but more recently we've been uploading it to YouTube, and essentially trying to create a database that people can go to, because part of our issue in the beginning was we had people nagging us the whole time, like, can you help me with this? Can you help me? And what we're trying to do is basically be able to point people towards things like this. And then I just wanted to highlight a few bigger projects that we're involved in. Some of these I'm not directly involved, but this one in particular. So this is Jasper Slingsby's project. But actually this comes from a paper of his where all about ecological forecasting, and that's one of our main focus areas at the moment, is ecological forecasting. And essentially this was a manifesto for how to do ecological forecasting using the fynbos as an example. And he has this very cool project under that called Emma. This is from their website. And essentially what they do using remote sensing, they can track, essentially they're using productivity of vegetation to infer a bunch of things. And obviously fire is very important in the fynbos, so they can track the age of the vegetation, etc., etc. Yep. Another one of our bigger projects that's finished was the Birdie project, and this was essentially using citizen science data to do two things. One was model the distributions of bird species, and the other was model populations. So there's two different data, citizen science data sets we're using, and essentially using those as indicators of wetland, freshwater health. And then some work that's more specific to my area. This is work I was doing with the ACDI, GCT, and Kane kept on mentioning species distribution modeling. He was actually involved in this, just wanted to publish this. But essentially modeling species distributions and using those outputs as a proxy for different things. We were looking at nature-based solutions here, and there's a another two projects we're using similar approaches. So getting using species distributions and their future predicted distributions as an idea of how stable nature-based solution will be in the future. So you can see, okay, in the top right figure there, essentially looking at the turnover of these different nature-based solutions, and you can see how stable different nature-based solutions. Yeah, so that kind of gives you a broad overview. Within the group, we have people looking at all sorts of things. So camera trap data. I mentioned the acoustic monitoring. There's a big group that works on that sort of stuff. Yeah. Thank you.
How awesome. What capacity do you have to actually interact?
Yeah, so I think that's definitely been one of the limitations with Nithix is it's all great being funding meetings and stuff, but a lot of our problem is just time for people.
Yeah, yeah.
and that requires funding, essentially.
Exactly.
Whether it's, I mean, I suppose probably one of the biggest things is like the postdocs or the engines. Yeah, and I'm soft funded, so whatever I do needs to be funded. And I think that's a general issue across everyone.
Yeah. I think that's also the kind of the limitation of DTACs, because ideally they would like to support permanently employed staffs in South African universities. And whether it's contract or more permanent, they would like to fund the research activity rather than your salary or fellowship bursaries. I mean, the fellowship bursaries can now go through the NRF. You can apply. They have a program or UID that you can do that. They also cannot manage that. So the main thing they can fund is this type of thing. Work together and distribute the task. Then we bring everyone back, and then we kind of prepare the output. So that's the main thing.
Big demonstration, saying projects have to be short projects. Essentially, it means to get something done in short meetings, and but once you leave, you get sucked into everything else, and we've been working on a paper version long now, because we just never get the time to actually sit down and do it. So you can't have a long-term project in the end, just short-sighted, but you have to work with balance.
But alternatively, look, is this thing going out to the universe?
Putting it on YouTube.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to go on YouTube.
I think it's gonna be on YouTube, but we don't have a mic. You can talk.
So I am personally somewhat against this whole thing. I believe it's a misunderstanding from government level, NRF, of how to drive research. But the little bit I see from it is a bit different to what you've just said. The way I see it is the only thing it's doing is connecting people. Then if those connections work, then it leads to other stuff, other funding, some work around funding you maybe have already. But I'm also frustrated with the lack of funds to actually do something. Yes, you could do what you're saying as well, have these meetings and quick papers out. That'll work too, but the other way as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's also within your work package, whatever works for you. So when I get to my work package one, I had an approach previously where I tried to solve world peace and world housing. And now I'm down to earth and I have a new plan for this year. So how does it do access?
Have access to maybe like leadership or like other type of activities that we can share students, for example, someone from the group student that can work with data that we have here all the way around. So is that a possibility? Maybe to have a more statistical view of a data set that we have, for example.
So
Or if you have like an internship period or something that the student needs to complete, because sometimes that type of things.
yeah,
Have that course that you have.
yeah. I mean, I guess there's a few options, but you're quite constrained in sort of the length of stuff. So I mean, the honors projects is one of them, but they don't do massive. Not like in biology, they tend to do much bigger projects. So that's one way. Otherwise, I guess the proposing masters.
And the honors is in which area, the honor group that you have?
Yeah,
They cannot do like a video working in a project, for example, with external people. And or is it possible?
I mean, they could have like a supervisor in stats. Supervisor with you guys. You do that a lot.
How long is that period that we have to complete that? Like, is that a mini project or?
Yeah, it's a mini project.
How long? How many months?
I mean, that's a year honors, but the actual project is quite short. Maybe 3 months. So you have to have like quite discrete questions for those. But I know, I mean, in Stellenbosch, there's some other.
Yeah, at the Stellenbosch, we also have honors and also structured MSc that target short projects. So, but we can work with you. But the question is, you have to package your research project because there is no time for students to work with your raw data and come up with a research. I know. Question, you have this clean data. I have to say it's clean data. Just to clean the data in a normal like MSc or PhD project, it will take 6 months, a whole year.
No, I was just thinking in that possibility because I know that what you explained exists. So I'm also working with some people in computer science with this structure master. Yeah, that is a possibility, but I was wondering if maybe with another group we can do something similar or extend a little more those projects. So yeah, but there are different views that you can approach the same problem. So,
I mean, they also they have a master's in data science or something. Yeah, I mean, we've also been looking at other groups for trying to get people to work on stuff. Wouldn't really work for you, but it's like the masters in conservation biology. They do quite big projects for masters like that.
Yes.
Okay.
I also just get that memory stick.
Question earlier, is it also about getting skills filtering down into agri-science?
Yes.
With short course. They focus short course on remote sensing, classification. Is that, yeah, the mini schools, the mini schools are quite short, but I mean, that is something Natex will find, if we had a short course or training program in-house. then order.
Get your voice on.
Oh, that could be great because if some of that material then can put in a more public domain, just maybe a group of students that can be expanded to public also. Definitely nice to have them.
I think that often helps if you have a group locally and then they bring their own data. So then you run through a course, but they actually input their own data when they start running through it. Then you also pick up errors and things that you didn't think about when it comes to the structure of data.
Yeah, because in the past there were some courses of Python and certain things, but the focus was more in the area. You can put something more specific.
Is anyone new on the making Ursula Schaller? Is she not there?
Still the same people.
If she happens to.
Oh, well, then you know if someone joined, yeah.
Yeah, speak.
No.
Yes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Tasfaye. I'm from ACDI, African Climate Development Initiative at UCT. I'm presenting on behalf of Risk Renica. It's not available today. So this is part of the E5, our working package 2 is on environmental modeling. It includes the whole package. I cannot cover all of this. Maybe it includes the tomorrow's activity as well for presentation. So I will go through the main points of that package. So in this work package, we focus on statistical and mathematical modeling for complex environmental systems. And this modeling framework includes the climate, hydrology, and ecological focus. Includes a collaboration. Strategically, we will advance in analytics, Earth observation data, predict modeling for societal advantages. Aligns with institutional and national outcomes of capacity building is included in this form. So in predictive modeling framework, we will handle the complex environmental data sets, which is multivariate nonlinear relationship with validation or policy relevance prediction. The modeling framework includes handling like the data complexity and the non-reliability is validated in this modeling framework. Also uncertainty and the sensitivity, because many environmental systems uncertain and non-reliable and complex. So this sensitivity analysis will be done, including collaboration and the training. So in a framework for methods, we will use the statistical model, predictive modeling, which is including time series analysis. For diverse environmental data, we will use Earth observation because we know the data scarcity, especially in African context, out of the climate, for example, the precipitation, you don't have the evenly distributed grain gauges. So we use the Earth observation data, which we support continuous data for a long time and fill the gap of the data because of using the satellite Earth observation, drones data, and which the main research focus on this, the marine ecology. We will focus on land use, land cover, hydrological modeling, pollution monitoring, is validation and the calibration using the existing data for testing, training. Also includes not only the spatial but temporally for long time how the film is released in a pattern of environmental. This is planned activity. Yeah, this, but I have said this hydrological modeling for water resources, drought, and flooding, climate risk, predicting that the future of that the wind direction. In terms of the time, the forecasting and the segmentation of environmental detection, especially the wind direction, will be addressed in this. Extreme weather precipitation, extreme events of weather and the risk modeling also included in this modeling. Finally, advanced spatial, the conservation of ecological environmentals in a marine mega fund conservation is this modeling. Oh, there are 5 streams. This is one of the first stream, which focus on areas of observation and the hydrological model. Using the observation data, spatial data based development, like dashboards, easily visualizing of the maps results, which identifies or prioritize the area of high risk or vulnerable community or scarcity of water or high land use, land cover change impacts. In this, we use geospatial artificial intelligence of this calibration and the hydrological uncertainty quantifications. Second stream is predicting modeling. I've already mentioned that we focus on environmental prediction like wind and air pollution. The third stream in this package is time series modeling for temporal dependencies, forecasting of different patterns and the regions like precipitation from meteorological data analysis, which detects the trends and the structure of changes in a specific area of coverage. And finally, we will deduce that enhanced predictive capacity will be ensured in incorporating temporal dynamics of the model interpretability and the early identification of how environmental change is occurring. The fourth one is the extreme precipitation modeling using application of integrated nested Laplace approximation, because this would help us very fast scalable interface of real-time applications, especially this Bayesian modeling framework be applied in these streams. Most of that I'm not directly linked with this that I'm presenting. The last one of this package is spatial modeling of complex area for marine megafauna population. This is a modeling complex at the coastal lines and islands, as and other ecological features. Species distribution will be addressed in this stream, which would improve ecological realism, capture non-stationary and environmental gradients of movements of that species. So this will help on application for distribution of data. I don't think so. I have to go all this, but just I scroll. Yeah. The activity, which is already mentioned, what we will do in the future, what we will deliver the next year, this year, 2026. So in summary, the modeling framework will be very rigorous, and its output verified progress, demonstrate effective funding. It's crucial. I think that's all. Thank you.
The list of the different projects that you put in there, are those, or the themes at least, are those projects already been set up, data, or are you presenting it to say this is the type of things we're interested in? Anybody here has data or has an interest? Wants to build something together, or would have
not yet have the data for that. This is the project framework activities mentioned. Interested in the focus area of the yeah. Welcome. We are now in 4 members still. For example, I belong from the first one, the Earth observation and for hydrological analysis. Something I'm now currently doing in South African level of how land cover changes influence the soil moisture and the subsurface runoff. That is the implication for groundwater recharge. Yeah. So identifying those plant functional types in a pixel level of specific grades. So how the influence can be of that. Modeling example of that kind of work.
What's the you using?
It's 0.25 degree. Yeah. That is based on the Julius model output data. So Julius is joint UK. Yeah.
Those 5 they need to basically all of the different packages.
Yeah, they're different.
Is this what you work together and do? I mean, for example, the ones I'm doing, I work the models that I'm doing. But I'm with the data and I can get you put it into really interested in just the links.
I'm happy to collaborate.
Yeah, I think reading E5, of course, there is type of core if you have data network and you see your role there. By no means join. Yeah. And also, if you see some of those case studies that the products, the methodologies, the frameworks that they develop can contribute to, that's also totally, because reading E5, we are completely open. Yeah, it's just a small group of what we.
I think that's when we get to your talk about logistics and stuff, then that's maybe where we should have our discussion, because I think we're open group, but our time is always open, so
yeah,
it's still tricky to work together. We're in E5 and we're gonna end up working in silos because we need to get stuff done, so we have to figure out a way to try and really work together. Don't just have interdisciplinary on paper, but have it in practice. It's always tricky.
Yeah, because the progress reports we're normally reporting, those are in-kind communications. But eventually we want to have actually E5 driven collaborative research. Because otherwise, well, a single publication will be reported how many times?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Want to have 5 minutes, one break?
Yes.
While we say that? You're not allowed to what you said.
Yeah, I will say that.
Hold the presentation now. Crazy. I don't know. I'm gonna do this unified framework for us.
I don't know.
Because that's what I need. Yeah, I need this unified.
1, 2.
I don't know.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1.
You hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I was for Europe.
I wasn't sure. Renee.
Renee.
Yeah. She's.
Now I think-
Oh, yeah.
Okay. There's the.
Well, but they would have an extra day
Sharing,
from now.
where's the sharing?
Yeah.
Just check if it's running.
Get out of this person. The shade out of that. Share.
Where is it? Yeah. Let's do it again. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna.
First of all.
Yeah. Well then.
Should also see sharing. As a fair. But I'll absolutely. Oh, just these shape ups. Yeah. Now got it. You know, there's more than that.
Zip hot.
Mm. In one of these, I was like the.
But also meeting, like an invitation to a special edition thing, but I think they've already got. Oh, they should be.
Some new age joined, but still the same people.
Okay, thanks. Yes. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Mato, and I was a student, a PhD student here at Stellenbosch under Ken and Petro's supervision. And now I am in the University of South Africa lecturing there. So I'm going to speak about this project topic here, adaptive evolutionary games, modeling cooperation, co-evolution, and community assembly. So this research explores how biological systems self-organize when interactions are not fixed but adapt over time. Then, of course, I said I will apply adaptive evolutionary games to study cooperation, competition, and community assembly. So most evolutionary game models assume strategies are fixed. So for example, in evolutionary game theory, we'll have models, the famous models called replicator equations. So what we are doing is that we are tracking species as identities, or most work have been tracking species as identities rather than also their traits. So that's what I mean when I say most strategies are fixed. So in reality, yes, species adapt and their interaction, of course, evolve. So this feedback between traits and population dynamics is important to us in this research, but of course, it's not much captured in classical models of evolutionary game theory. So this paper here is a 2024 paper, is one of the paper when we were trying to use the adaptive games. So we use the adaptive games to explore how strategies change adaptively by adjusting their benefit and cost through the trait evolution. And then now we were applying that adaptive games by exploring this paper that just got accepted in 2006 this year. And then where we just employed or adapted the adaptive games to investigate the effect of restraint and leniency as altruistic-like behaviors. That is the behaviors that reduces one's own advantage while benefiting others. So one of the research question or the central research question that we are exploring in this type of research is that how do adaptive traits changes and eco-evolutionary feedbacks shape altruistic or cooperation, stability, and diversity in biological system? So we will study this across two-player, because a lot of two-player or strategy games have been explored to investigate cooperation. And we will also use multiplayer games like many players in the game to see when altruism or cooperation emerges and how communities self-assemble. So as part of the methods, we use what we call adaptive evolutionary game framework. So if you can see here, this is a framework that we have developed and published is there on GitHub and as well. So this is our most method or methodologically that we're going to be using. So it's a Python-based framework. Unlike many classical models, traits and strategies here evolve dynamically. Populations and traits co-evolve in response to each other, allowing us to model multiple players, interaction types, different interactions type, and even spatial or trophic relationships. So we also have submitted a framework, this framework, the Python reducible and scalable code recently. And then, yeah, that one, when earlier we were talking about if NITEX will have to fund the open access. I think this one NITEX have to help us because it's not full open access. If it's accepted, I'm just saying that to Ken to note it down that we're gonna need money there. And then as research focus, we will study how complexity affects, or we are already doing this work actually, how complexity will affect stability when altruism or cooperation emerges, and how communities self-organize through evolving interactions. And then, yeah, just some of the research focus there, explore multiplayer co-evolution and stability, investigate emergence of cooperation, altruism and competition, study disruptive selection and evolutionary branching, and also analyze community assembly and interaction type composition. And then, this research provides both scientific insight and capacity development, and we aim to train students in mathematical and computational modeling. So the main idea is that a lot of work has been done, yes, and doing great insights into this type of research. But we are moving from fixed games, which has been existing for too long in evolutionary game theory, to evolving system. So in this way, we are hoping to uncover the rules of nature's complexity. And that is my 5 minutes presentation. Thank you.
And this adaptive evolutionary game you use for modeling the conflicts.
Conflicts.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. That's my immediate answer. But evolutionary game theory has been used to model conflict. So I believe the evolutionary games should be. So for now, I cannot give a yes or no answer, but I believe because we are actually coming from a evolutionary game theory, which has actually been the focus of modeling conflicts. So I believe we can see some patterns and be able to resolve some conflicts in evolutionary games or adaptive evolutionary games, yes.
Have you applied this to real world?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So far, this has been very theoretical work. We haven't been applying it to real world, but that will be interesting because I think we have data out there. For example, spatial modeling of animals. So if we have that kind of data, spatial modeling from the parks, and then we have traits actually in those type of data, we will be much able to apply it to real world. But so far it has been very theoretical, but we are moving to that direction. Thank you, thank you.
Just remember. The function. Oh my God. Hold on a second, wrong slides are being shown. PLC presented the only one. Okay, hold it up. Should be perfect.
Yes, that's good.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Lawrence Swanepoel. I'm not sure how I got onto the system, but I'm here. Thanks for invite. And so I am from the University of Venda. It is a place in South Africa. I know many people ask if it's a different country. No, it's just a part of the country in the north. So I am in the Department of Faculty, Science, Engineering, Agriculture, and we are running a SARTI chair in biodiversity, value, and change. This SARTI chair has been running for, I think this is the 10th, 12th, 13th year already. And I had two predecessors. First one is Prof. Taylor, and he's now in Free State University, and Prof. Wood, who sadly passed away, and then I took over from him. So I just want to give you a quick rundown of the SARTI chair. So this was firstly envisioned 2012 around with Prof. Taylor and Prof. Wood around the SARTI chair for this area, and it's just to give you a little bit of idea what our university looks like. It's a very rural university. We're inside Thohoyandou, and for my urban planner here, city planners, you can see the university is planned, but not the city itself. It's growing organically, very organic. We are not an old university. It started in 82. We've got about 16,000 students, only about 1,500 postgraduate students. So very small percentage of postgraduates. So it's normally an undergrad university. About 99% of our students come from Venda itself, literally from the surrounds. So we've got a few international students, and we call everybody outside of Venda international. So even if they're from Mpumalanga. But yeah, so that's just the university. So what is the mission of the SARTI chair? These are just listed, no order, but being where we are, postgraduate training is for us extremely important. So, develop future experts in ecology, conservation, and environmental sciences. So we take students from different departments. We do quite a bit of biodiversity and ecological research, and we try to ground it in the local landscapes communities that will inform planning and where we are. So we try to do everything where we live. We want to strengthen our research presence. Here we say we want to position Univen, the SARTI chair, as a leader in ecological and environmental research in our area again. So we're trying to engage with farmers, the commercial farmers, communal farmers, the industry, whatever's around us. We obviously try to have international collaborations. So in terms of bringing experts to our system, and we are very fortunate also that our university is smack down in the middle of the Wembe Biosphere Reserve. So it's very unique that it's also in it's an active biosphere area, and we are also very fortunate that we fall within the Transfrontier Conservation Area, the Greater Limpopo Transfrontier Conservation Area. So it's a lot of biodiversity stuff around us. And then obviously, I put it last, but that's our first goal, is actually biodiversity documentation and conservation. So we want to catalog as much biodiversity as we can. in that Bembe Biosphere Reserve. So that gives you an idea or the landscape we are working in. So it's up there. Punta Maria is down here, up there. And you can see Kruger National Yes, ek kan nie onthou nie. Ek kyk nie eens nie, ek kyk vir hierdie skerm.
Is it showing? Is it the right one? Ah, okay.
Okay. All right, so yeah, that just gives us an idea. And, up north is Zimbabwe, and then Botswana, and on that side is Mozambique. So let's hope this thing goes forward.
Click on the picture if it doesn't want to go forward.
Yeah, you saying? Okay. So the SARCHI chair is, we've developed it around 4 or 5 themes. So the first theme is what we say, quantifying resilience and ecological tipping points in animal communities through intensive biodiversity surveys across gradients. So we try every year to have some PhDs or MScs or honors in these type of questions we have, and a lot of these projects are long-term projects that we try to continue. So the 2 big ones we work in here, as this project is basically on the end of its life now, it's a butterfly community patterns across each east-west, northwest gradient of the Soutpansberg. So we cross over the mountain and then we cross east-west in the mountain. And we use this species here, Melanitis leda, which is a very common species across Africa, as a matter of fact, in India. And this species is very interesting because it responds phenotypically to temperature and humidity. So let me not get too much into it, but we also breed them in the lab. We expose them to different temperatures, different humidities. We bring them from different parts of the world and see what happens. And then we do intensive monitoring of our own landscapes to see how the species responds to the environment. Then we do quite a bit of elevational transects. I'm putting here Waterberg, but we also did the Soutpansberg quite intensive for about 14 years now, where we have about, I think, 25 sites over the mountain where we track ant and beetles and spiders. So this data set, it's been a few papers published in it, but there's not a lot of actual community ecology around changes of the species over time. Then I do quite a bit of small carnivore dynamics. And this is here trying to see how does small carnivores respond to differences in the landscapes we have. So this is normally data sets that comes from many other studies we do, including ourselves. So this is just trying to figure out what happens with the animals in space and time. And those gradients can be humans, or it can be just some environmental things. Then we say in theme 2, we are harnessing ecosystem services and dynamic and diverse ecosystems to improve food security and livelihoods. And here we look a lot of things around ecosystem services can be enhanced through smart orchard design and ecological intensification. Now, all this is fancy words to say, can we use biological control or various things? So here we do quite a lot of different stuff. We do ecological management solutions for subtropical ecosystems. So here we work with macadamia farmers, citrus farmers, and we really want to see what is the biodiversity value of predators. So here it's bats, for example. So we do quite a lot of exclosures where we exclose trees from predators, bats and birds, and then we track pests inside those trees. The macadamia, the projects, what we now do in citrus. And then we do also very intensive monitoring of bats. Like we've got terabytes of bat data to see what happens to the bat community around these orchards. So we look at orchard management. Does tractors affect the bats? Does the spraying affect the bats? Can we attract those bats to those places with bat boxes and, you know, anything you can imagine? So that's quite intensive around design of orchards, you know, how much natural land you have around orchards. We also monitor birds, for example, with you know, bird recorders and sound recorders. So that's the big bottleneck. How do you analyze terabytes of bird data, you know, sitting on calls? So the bats is quite good because we can classify them quite easy with AI, but birds is not as developed so far, in my understanding. So here it's the same idea, but this is more now into agriculture around predators and how do they affect prey items in the landscapes of agriculture. And here it's normally pests. And this is more onto farmlands where they plant corn and maize and things like that. And then again, you know, I work actually, I do quite a lot of work on small carnivores in agricultural ecosystems. You know, around, you can see there's a few guys there eating rodents, and the rodents are the pests for the farmers. So, you know, that type of dynamics. So this is, we're trying to somehow convince people that biodiversity is good for managing your pests. But obviously, we've heard from the pest side, a lot of the times, the produce that you have to sell is under stringent control, export. So you cannot have a pest on it. So, you know, a natural predator cannot really solve that problem for you. But needless to say, that's what we do around those type of things. Then the third theme is we say we try to understand, quantify, and identify measures to mitigate the impact of global change, alien invasive climate change on biodiversity and related ecosystems. So what we do here is we say one of the aims here is to understand the pathway of introduction, the possible impact of alien species, and the interaction between these drivers and managing future invasions. So what we do here, we look at the current state of some invasive species around our landscape. So we've got a student working on sandparks around the invasive pathways of some exotics into that landscape. But then we also have currently now a postdoc starting to look at some natural biological control of some of the exotic plants we have, quite a bit of. So, you know, here we look at the phenotypic plasticity of adaptive invasions and the interaction between pathways and the impact of these alien species. So here, for example, we'll do thermal tolerance studies. We will breed some insects growing and see what's the impact on the you know, on the invasive species. What we also do here is we try to actually identify some potential biological control agents for some pests. So sometimes we don't know. So we collect just a lot of fruits from the field, and we just place them in the insect rearing to see what emerges. And we sometimes get some parasitoids and whatever that's you know, negative to the crops. And then we try to see if we can enhance the growing conditions of these type of species. And then this is the last theme, maybe it's the last one. Here we say develop pathways, co-produce with communities to enhance sustainable resource extraction and conservation of local iconic species. So like I say, we live in a very rural area and people still rely quite a bit on extraction of resources. So the two species that I worked on, the one is baobab trees. And what happens here is communities harvest the fruit and they sell it and they make macadamia oil. They also do that, but here it's baobab oil and produce. So baobabs is difficult because they are in the field, but not in South Africa. Baobabs don't do well. So they tend not to produce a lot of fruit. And if they do, it's very small. Their survival in nature is very low. So we've got quite a few projects that I work with the Baobab Foundation around to establish baobabs in the veld, protect them, grow them. So it's like baobab farming, basically, So that's the baobab ones. And then the other one that we have worked, and Barbara's also worked with us on this thing, is on the Mopani worms. And this species, again, it's heavily harvested by people and it's locally consumed, but it's also sold, traded quite heavily. And the trade is actually quite increasing in the landscapes. As a matter of fact, to a point where most of our Mopani worms you eat is imported from Botswana. We don't really have that much left in South Africa. So it's actually a huge issue we sit with, that it's not a very simple thing to do. Now here you guys are the modelists, because one of our biggest issues is we don't know where these outbreaks occur and we don't know how frequent. And we've got no idea if they are increasing or decreasing. So for my PhD student, we basically just starting to look at the ecology of this thing. Can we know where they are? Can we predict the landscape? Can we see what's going on? What do they do in the landscape? What is the ecological effect in the landscape? It's a species that's very interesting because, Mopani worms, there can be 1 to 2 million of them in the field. They can defoliate every Mopani tree in the field. Then people harvest tons of them, but the majority of them dig into the soil for the next growth, but lots of them die in the field. So they've got obviously a huge ecological, function in the ecosystem. Nobody knows too much about Mopani worms, so that's something we try to communicate or work with communities. The thing here is that both these species are informally managed. There's no rule. There's no government policy. There's nothing here. It's just local people designing their own ideas around managing it. And once the commercial sector gets into it, it becomes very difficult to manage it. It's almost impossible to release now. So, that's some of the work we are doing now. So one of the things we are doing now is we engage with a lot of the traditional authorities to see what used to be the rules people had around governing the trade of these species. And like I say, baobab propagation is that here we actually supply communities with trees, and they grow them and protect them. And that's, like I say, the Baobab Foundation, Sarah Venter is doing that. So it's part of the idea to make sure that the communities can take care of their own species. I think that's, that's the last thing. So here I say enhancing parrot wildlife and communities in the Bembe Biosphere Reserve. So here our aim is to identify and evaluate short-term biodiversity risks or practices based on community defined risks ratified from research, and to evaluate proposed mitigation strategies. Now, this project's ended and we've done quite a few of these things. And here it's around communities are exposed to wildlife, positive and negative. And you need to deal with this thing when it's negative. And we're quite far away from people, and we tend to have very low support from government. So communities normally take matters into their own hands. You can see here, this is just a kraal, and there are 8 cattle in there killed by a leopard, meaning you have to control, this thing. And here we do we do Anatolian dogs. It depends on the landscape and where you work, but the story I wanted to say here is that in the end, this type of projects where we try to work with communities to connect them back to nature around what is the value of nature. And, all those pictures there are kids drawing pictures of carnivores and stuff that lives in their land. And there's a whole project around that, what we did around how do you value nature, and things like that. So it's research, but not really research. This is something to try to solve some problems. And we don't always publish papers from these things because it's not always designed properly. But the goal here is to engage with communities that they come up with their own solutions. And so, we try to flip it a bit on the head to see if people can come up with their own solutions. And you see here, for example, we'll get even communities or students from the community to come and sit with us and see where leopards walk. We show them the collar data and say, oh, they walk in your farms, and then people will come up with some things what they can do or not. So that's the idea around this theme. My goodness, I got another theme. Here is ecological resilience and health in changing landscapes. So this is projects that we brought in extra. And here we like to explore the links between predator disease dynamics and ecosystem restoration. So in South Africa, a lot of animals are translocated, and the big animals that's moved quite a lot is lions. And there's a whole rich theory about carnivore effect on biodiversity and ecosystem processes and services, but there's not a lot of data from South Africa around this stuff. So here, for example, what we did is we took thousands of camera trap data sets through South Africa to see what happens if there's lions and no lions, and then does that affect the unmanaged carnivores, the things that can get through the fences. So nobody translocate an otter or a mongoose. So these things are affected by those species. And then from those things, we can devise what happens to the ecosystem, because a lot of these small carnivores, they are good monitoring species around ecosystem health or processes. So we also do a little bit of work with the people of Pretoria, Vanda, Morkotter around diseases of bats, because these bats, they live in human landscapes. They live in pack houses, they live in people's houses. So we capture quite a lot of data from there. We do some carnivore stuff that's up there. Ecological plasticity, we've got some projects where we have carnivores that live smack down in human landscapes. Like the serval we do in the sessile plants up in Mpumalanga, the agrochemical plants. These serval live inside the plants. We have got serval that moves between big dump trucks on these open cast mines. So they're definitely extremely plastic in their behavior around people, as long as you don't kill them. And then this is just one of these little side projects we do around disease ecology, and most of this stuff comes from roadkill that we collect and just see what type of diseases we see in small carnivores. I think that's it. These are all the people that we normally work with. I just want to end. I was telling Con, our biggest problem we sit with is capacity and students, and especially around statistics and mathematics. It's a huge problem. So, in the picture here at the bottom is a good friend of mine, Chris Sutherland. We've met many, many years ago when I was doing my honors and he has PhD or honors then. And, I said to him, we've got a challenge. Can you come and train students to do ecology, statistics? And we've been doing for 2 or 3 years planning, and we got some money to do some courses. And then we do some multivariate community analysis with the students, and we do mixed effects and hierarchical models, spatial stuff. The whole idea here is that the whole course is presented by PhD students, no staff members. So we will float in the background. We take all of our students come from HDIs, so we try to sponsor them. We get them for two weeks, and we start on day 1 that people install R. They've never touched R in their lives. And the whole idea is that we don't give any structure. We don't give a course up front, nothing. We do everything on that, that time. So it's been an interesting exercise, and it's produced some interesting feedback from the students. But this is, for me personally, the biggest challenge I see is that how do you teach somebody who doesn't speak your language? Remember, in Venda, there's not even a word probability. How do you teach somebody like that? It's extreme. Now you go to a class like that, there are 6 different languages there. It's very difficult. So here we try to interact, and the students teach each other. You know, they will use their own languages to explain concepts to each other. As long as one gets it, they can try to shape it around each other. So that was the idea. We basically 2 weeks from now we'll do another one. We'll see how it goes. But for me, that's the thing. I don't know what other people do, but for us, it's Afrikaans we say kopsie, a headache. Yeah, that's the story. Thank you.
When you have lots of data sets, and some of which if you don't package that,
yeah,
lost. And do you consider like VTEX as a platform for us to, you know, or identify collaborative partners?
Yeah.
As open says, it says so that.
Yeah.
Use that,
That's definitely a goal, because the majority of these projects will have either MSc, PhD, or a postdoc on them, but they collect far more data than it's needed. And like I was telling you before, the biggest hurdle is to clean the data and get it into a format that we can share it quite fast with somebody. That's our biggest thing. Right now, we are loading every camera trap we have onto AI. We're going as far back as that. But you know, so the big thing here would be to come up with a plan. How do we get all this data somewhere to a point where it's useful to somebody else? You know, into a coherent framework. So that's number one. That's the I think a little bit of a bottleneck to work through. But number two, I like the idea where you can say we can work on something, but also plan on new projects coming up. Because for us, you know, we don't always know the mathematics and other stuff people do, you know, but it would be very nice to say, I'm going to do this project. Are you interested in this? Is there something we can do? So there are the two sides of it. And I think the old data sets that sits there, and there's quite a lot of data. You know, for me, the biggest challenge for all of us is capacity. I mean, we are basically alone. You know how it works. So there's some way to curate these data sets. That is one thing. But once it's that, it can go online. I mean, all of this stuff is NRF funded projects, or should all be open technically. So yeah, I think that for me would be a very good outcome.
The other thing I see the potential is, you said statistical ecology. You need the people to train students there on site.
Yeah.
For instance, there's someone from the E5, but the immediacy that SEEK is part of the whole system now. So if we ask researchers like Vernon from SEEK, UCT, we run a training workshop. As a service, the VTEX should cover.
Not here to create enemies.
And then we're gonna send some of our math students.
Yeah.
With you guys into the field so that they can see what it takes.
Yeah. Exactly. But I think everyone knows where we used to contact SEEK many times, many years ago. And the capacity has always been a problem. It's all, I mean, the online courses you provide, like I say, we've enrolled students in that. It doesn't work. they don't understand the language, they can't get it. It's better to have one-on-one training. That's the only thing that works. But they said, I totally agree there, but the challenge still lies that you can give a training for a week and go off. That's not the problem here. Is that students need intense supervision afterwards. That's where the capacity problems come. You can only take so many. And as you know, we are always under the NRF pressure to have more students, but we cannot handle that many students because it's just it's very intense, you know, work around. So yeah, the training I think a course is a nice idea, but yeah, it still needs. I think, you know, at honors level that can work. And even at third year, but what I've seen here that works is that if you can get students to present courses, then you break this barrier to think that only a professor can do it. You know, that's to break, because if you do this course and I stand in front, they will never ask a question, never. But if you put a student here, then you will hear they ask questions around. I don't know what to do here. So that I think that would be a good idea to send students out. Just for them to engage, go to the field, go and collect data, and the groups interact with each other. You know, that might not produce a brilliant student in a week, but at least it will break that thing of that you can't do statistics or maths. That's the big thing with all these students. They're so afraid of it. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Networks from that age.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
It's a bit of a different topic, but something that we done with like sand hogs, nature, but we need to do it more regularly. But they've given us like their research needs.
Yeah.
For projects.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the platform that this can do as well, you know, where we all sharing project ideas, and I think specifically student projects, you know, where they're really fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I mean, you can see they're really can get involved.
Exactly.
And like Nang says, you know, like often like being
yeah. No, you can, I mean, you can see this is a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer, but I've been there 10 years. And we've never cracked this thing. We never, because the other issue exactly, we are so far away that even if we get students collaborating, then there's just the capacity becomes again a problem. Who's going to travel up there? Who's going to pay for this? You know, it becomes, but I mean, I like that. This is exactly what we've proposed many years ago. Let's do this thing. But I know we all just run out of time and steam after a while. You don't have the energy. But yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I mean, this is something that I still think where the capacity is to say, let's have 2 workshops a year. You know, you come up. I mean, it's the flight tickets from here to Polokwane is not that intense, and because I think what is important is also for the scientists, the modelers, to see the landscape, the capacity, what the data looks like, what people do, you know. So by just doing the training or involved in a course, you are also engaging with that same students collecting the data, but you will see the landscape. It will open up what you think you can do. And, you know, it's maybe 1 week and then hopefully from there it spins off to something, you know, in the future. But I think that's probably the best starting point in my opinion.
And importantly, Univen is a node in the
Yeah.
So the fund, the support can be distributed
Yeah.
through the node.
It's easier to get into the
Yeah.
code, which is
Yes, yeah. So I think that's the thing, you know. So there's a whole lot of things that can be done, and there's a lot of data sets that sits there. But I mean, like we all run out of time, you know. So, but the point would be to say, you know, remember I also inherited this thing. So we're trying to get everything aligned, all the data sets going on, that we can access data sets and you know what we can share around other researchers and things like that. So that would be the goal. You know, as a matter of fact, I've been searching so hard for a postdoc who's got data science, you know, that can just take data and fix it, you know, just get it curated somewhere, you know, just sitting there, because that's a big bottleneck for us. So, yeah.
So if they're a node, shouldn't we create a work package around them?
Yes, so then that's the idea, because we have a work package 3. Currently, we only have Barbara and Lawrence. So we need some chanting there, activity.
So we recreate it.
I can't do it more.
But then perhaps, I don't know how it works at the higher level. But if they're a node, do they not get potential access to a NITIS postdoc?
Well, it's the same way as NRX.
You have to apply.
Yeah.
But in our case,
Defense postdoc, and it has to be Univen has co-fund to create that postdoc. If Univen didn't, then there's.
is that how UKZN got them?
So UKZN, because UKZN have co-fund to support the tax. So that co-fund eventually is used to create postdocs.
But I think that's something we have to put on top here and say, if you know of any PhD sitting now that's willing to do, is this a challenge here? If you have somebody like that in mind, you know, we every year we advertise for postdocs. I get maybe 5 applications. It's far away. Nobody wants to go there. But the point is the amount of output you can receive scientifically if your career is immense. So people tend to look through the landscape and they look into that barrier, but it's not the case. You know, and you can spend half of your time up there and half here, wherever. But I think that's the, you know, we have to headhunt people, in my opinion, to say this is a challenge. This is something you want to do. There's a postdoc available. And I mean, you can go up there and take all the hard drives from my office and drive back. But I think that's something we have to add on top, because I mean, I also have access to postdocs, you know, so I can also, if there's somebody available right now, even I can probably motivate to have to take one this year already. But I think that would be for that's the lowest hanging fruit to get both sides, you know, get data quality up front and get this into some coherent framework to work from. But then from there, we can also think of projects, but also this training component.
I think also it as well. Why? Because I'm thinking we should use the colloquium more as an advertisement for what we need and try that way to encourage. But also these mini seminars that are happening in this house, we follow some kids or I was talking about seminars based with the clients. You go there and say, I've got this problem and I have mistakes. Is there anyone that wants to work on this together? Because often the students get to do the project, but they don't know what options there are. They're trying to make it.
And what is very important for us in Venda University, we are the northernest university. So we're closer to Botswana, Gaborone University and Zimbabwe University. So we are actually actively engaging with those universities. They have the same problem as we have. So we're trying to say that we have a node up there around quantitative ecology. Can we engage with people from Zimbabwe, from, you know, Gaborone, and to come to engage, because they have exactly the same issues we sit with. So, you know, I can envision that in time, you know, that would be the goal, is to say that you expand it there, but that you have a hub where people can get into, and from that hub they can move, you know, to another node or group that gives them access to the skill level and things like that. Because I mean, if you go to Zimbabwe, University of Zimbabwe, there's lots of universities in Zimbabwe, and they do a lot of ecological work. And again, if you talk to researchers, never gets published. You know, it's honors and master's PhD reports. It's just lying there And yeah, so you know, there's actually a good, in my opinion, it can give you access to a Southern Africa data sets, you know, which we don't have at the moment actually. So to engage with those universities is very crucial in my opinion. And again, if you ever know to say, we've got somebody, yeah, that can help with this type of issue, then, you know, I think people will buy into it. You know, I think there's definitely scope around those things. Those are universities. Remember, there are hundreds of NGOs working in conservation up there, hundreds, and they collect thousands of camera traps. They've got sensors, you know, climate, weather state, anything, but it's all just sitting on somebody's computer somewhere. So, you know, there's, I think it's a huge potential to go into the Southern African group, yeah.
Janet online, can she hear me?
Sure, yeah.
Janet's still there. She had quite a good remark online that you just want to speak up, Janet, and see what you wrote in the chat.
She's there right now. Yeah.
Janet, if you do come, or I'm talking, but essentially she was saying just that you should try to connect with people with the data and deal with technologies and skills. So potential
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. 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 Maybe if you I don't know if this video can play. Proper still.
Yeah, that was one of my solve your piece of world 100 projects and the very beginning of the project.
It's also there. Now I wanted them to learn now I want them to learn Excel.
No, I think the training part we can get, but this centralization of the data and to make it open access, but also closed enough that people don't feel like they're giving away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So you have some control. Yeah, but it doesn't look too far.
So these students last year, they did this course and then one of them sent me this video afterwards. I don't know if but so they made this themselves, the students. So they sent me this video. This is one of the students who made this video. Oh, you can't hear what they're saying. So he was the creator of the video. The pity you can't hear the sound, but
And he's still smiling, so that's good.
yeah. From confusion to clarity in just a week.
Brilliant.
So Amber there was the PhD who gave the course.
And she's registered at
No, she's in St. Andrews. So the whole idea was to get them away from classroom into the field.
This is beautiful. What was this?
This is in Lajuma. This is on top of the mountain.
We've got Wi-Fi access.
Yeah, yeah. Mosquitoes everywhere.
They're very often.
And these students were spending 8 to 9 hours every day on art. And you know, we just stood back. We let them do it themselves. You know, we didn't you know, bother too much with the course. And the whole idea is we didn't give them a course. They had to install R on day one. Some could use R, others that have never used it. Some people said they refused to use it. I said, well, you've got no choice. Yeah, so anyway, so that was just, I thought that was quite funny that they, you know, once they finished, they sent us this. So they were really appreciative of the course. Yeah. Yeah.
That one.
I don't have a presentation.
Don't. I thought I'd just say a few words, but I'll see if she even asks.
Very good, thanks. So, this was a trap. I had no idea that I was supposed to give a little talk, and I managed to DIY a couple of slides so that we have something to look at while I speak about what we're up to in the genetics department. I am the only person who's working with wild insects that are somehow associated with humans. I've worked with agricultural pests, with edible insects, and with KANG. We've done some work on the German wasp. It actually started with Ruan Veltman, who was the leader of the work package number 4, that I didn't know existed, and I also didn't know that it had been dissociated. But so I'm quite new to all this. The Mopani worms is something that I have in common with Lawrence, and we indeed have a huge interest in this species because it's a very, very good example of a wild resource that's intensively harvested, unregulated, and feeds into a cultural stream of traditions that some of us do not fully understand because we don't come from that type of background. So the Mopani worm is not fully understood in terms of its ecology because we don't even fully understand where it sits between outbreaks. We don't fully understand how much it contributes to the resilience of the Mopani woodlands. We know that the Mopani woodlands are shrinking because of human activity, and that they may be vulnerable to climate change. And almost at this point. So also kind of DNA variation that we acquire via high throughput sequencing. And then we try to identify patterns in what we see. This was a study that I presented at a meeting some time ago. And the conclusion of the study is that the sample that we collected in Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa across the Southern Africa already shows that the species seems to be under some kind of genetic bottleneck. There are other, oh, this is not changing. It's fine, we can look at the Mopani worm. This is the most harvested and consumed insect in Southern Africa. The business volume associated with the Mopani worm is much, much bigger than what you might imagine. It's transborder trade and harvesting, and South Africa has now become like a sinkhole for Mopani worms because it does not produce anything that can feed the need of the market. So a lot of Mopani worms come from Botswana, like Lawrence said, also because they are perceived as being as higher quality because of the processing steps that are done apparently in a more careful way. But there's also Mopani worms coming in from Zimbabwe and other types, other species that are also called Mopani worms that can come from as far as DRC and beyond. For instance, in Malawi, they have this Mopani worm consumption, but it's not this species, it's a different species. So anything that's rich in protein and that's sort of squishy and eats leaves can potentially be harvested and used. So in the group of edible insects, there's lots of species. All the species can be included. We've done some work on grasshoppers and termites as well. And Okay. So I wanted to show you this because this is of interest to you, and that's exactly genetics. In the genetics bubble, the layer of the ecology of the landscape, so that we can actually understand what this diversity, the distribution of this diversity actually means. If you see what we did here, just plotted, does not represent the actual landscape. So we've been producing a lot of genetic data, a lot of genomic data that's actually part of a project called 1KSA that aims at generating 1,000 genomes. We can look at genes and stuff that could be interesting. But from the point of view of the ecology and the land, we really cannot be mathematically inclined or talented. So we can see that there's low genetic diversity in all areas, only small affected population size, signs of recent bottlenecks, and there's utility study because it may raise. Interestingly, this study, I thought it was going to be all the rage because we published previously we published a paper on the diversity of grasshoppers, and it was all over the news. And this one, nobody cared about it, and I was very intrigued because I thought that this one would be much more popular. So ongoing and future necessary work on Gunning Roads 2 years ago. Ecology and biology. And that's Lawrence and Winnie were already working on the frac. Okay. How it interacts with Mopani worms, research about, and so this is what we're doing. The complete genome, we just finished it. It's a very nice assembly chromosome level. The pangenome would be the next step, and the microbiome is an idea that for now I abandoned because I realized that it is not specific and it's a transient gut microbiome. So I didn't think that it was worth spending money on it at that time. Doesn't mean that this cannot change. So I would like to go from a one-dimensional study of these things to a multi-dimensional study, not only of the Mopani worms, but of other creatures that I'm curious about, and there's quite a lot of them. So, the grasshoppers, we collaborated with the green squidgy toy in the city. We also looked at the biggest termites of all, the Macrotermes in Namibia, and we compared present day observations with historical records. Associated that dynamic with introducing climate dynamics became evident for us. And Kang, Ruan, and Damien, we made a very dynamics of a very annoying invasive species in South Africa that's confined to the Western Cape right now, but seems to have originated from 2 independent introductions. And my gut feeling is that they come from very different origins, and that one is more adapted to warmer, drier climates, and the other one more adapted to wetter and cooler conditions. And this is where we stand now. And this has been very rewarding, because Damien was the bridge between the 3 of us, Ruan from entomology, me from genetics, Kang from the mathematical modeling. And maybe this worked exceptionally well. But for me, this is the holy grail. There's somebody that bridges the different expertises of the team, and that was Damien. So I would like to carry on having this type of dynamics. Fortunately, we managed to carry on with Damien, and he has quite a loose project, so we can do more or less whatever we want. And I will have another postdoc that we can also integrate in this type of dynamic. So for me, having people that bridge the different expertise is absolutely essential, and I would like to see that happening more often. Do I have? No, that was all. Thanks. Thank you very much.
I think a couple of the kind of the plan information with landscape covariance is a very natural way to go. So landscape genetics.
Absolutely. Yeah. Landscape genomics in this space. Yeah.
I think most of this data that you mentioned was complex. And I think some of the topics that we are very much interested in, but we also would like to cover phylogeny at distribution plus traits. So that's one focus area that we are.
Yeah, and phylogeny is just the result of the distribution of genetic variability across the landscape. That's what it is. It's the result of that distribution. So there's many opportunities to do this at the scale of Southern Africa. I don't think that we should be thinking that we have one country. It's a whole region. And I'm excited that Lawrence is connected now with universities in Zimbabwe and Botswana, because although they may lack maybe the inclination or the energy to publish their results, or maybe their studies are not organized under that assumption that it's supposed to be published, I am sure that this can be invaluable for us, because we cannot have boots on the ground. I cannot send people to places now. It's just too expensive. One, it's too expensive. Second, my students, they don't want to leave the lab. They think that the world outside is a very dangerous place, very threatening. They want to be indoors, playing with their pipettes, and they're not resourceful enough to survive in the wild. So I think that we need to rely more and more on people who have the experience and the expertise and the drive to be collecting data directly.
Relation of dipoles.
Yes. Well, the Mopani world. Exactly. So the diapause is the holy grail of Mopane worm domestication. Diapause was broken during the domestication of the silkworm, which is not in the same family, but it's close enough. So somehow humans in the interaction with the silk moth manage to evade the process that it needs to sit somewhere and rest most of the year, and it only emerges for a couple of months to reproduce, and then it disappears again. So the silk moth can reproduce continuously, does not depend on any type of cycle anymore. So we don't fully understand under which genes is this diapause, what regulates this diapause, and can it be broken? Because if it could be broken, it could be one step towards producing a very high quality protein and domesticated.
Is there any evidence to show that
Not that I know of, that no.
But in your species, do you see a dipole strategy variation
We never looked into that.
corresponding to harness?
Because Lauren says that nobody do not exist here. Maybe this is also an opportunity for us to engage more.
Yeah, so the thing with Barney worms is that so if it's too hard, they can't burrow in. So any compacted soil, they can't. They will burrow into the soil, pupate and lie there until March. Yeah. So if it rains too much, they die.
Yeah,
they drown, they get fungus diseases and all types of things. But it's very weird. And this is the so what the harvesters do, like all the kids who walks in for cattle, they've got scouts and they WhatsApp or what a message and say, I see moths or eggs. Then the harvesters, they mark these sites, right? The different groups, different families, different tribal authorities, they will mark it. And there's huge fights. So then so it depends. So some groups will harvest it themselves, others will sell the harvest rights to somebody else, a commercial harvester and whatever. But for you to get access to that data is very difficult because they are afraid you're going to sell it now.
Yep.
So they don't want to give you the data. So if you go to a trader, they would tell you, oh, it comes from Botswana, but you don't know where in Botswana. So, but for us, what you see, the Mopane eggs are also parasitized by parasitoids. So it looks like as the population explodes, the parasitoids come. And the next cycle doesn't explode. And there's probably a relationship between parasitism and the explosion this year. So when you look at, so we have very almost no data to see how reliable is our forecast for an explosion.
But maybe the harvesters and the traders have, because they've been doing this for years and years and years, and they probably know what to look for.
Yeah.
Except they don't know what to tell us.
That's the thing. So if you get eggs, you would think it's going to explode, but now sometimes actions happening, but we don't know. But like the traders, they put a lot of effort into finding them and monitoring them. They will keep on monitoring them until they say the harvest can, there's now worms to come and harvest. So what then happens is you get almost, in some places you get a free fall. And that's why you'll get small Mopane worms. And that's where the quality problems comes. Because the worm has to be a certain size, then it's got a certain percentage of fat in the body. So if it's got not enough fat, it doesn't taste well. And it's not very nutritious either. So you have to wait until they're that size. So of course now the pressure comes. If they harvest them too early, the quality is bad. But the seller who sells in South Africa, the buyers, sometimes don't care. There's definitely a few studies from a friend of mine, Caswell, that shows that in Gauteng, people don't really care that much. So it becomes like a product for status. You know, you buy Mopani worms because it's your heritage. Whereas in Venda, in those areas, people consume it as a food. So they would like the quality. So that they will not buy those the bad quality ones. So but the thing is that somewhere you have to figure out a few Zim studies where they looked at soil quality and outbreaks. And again, the stuff is not really, it's one of those problems. It's a once-off study. It doesn't work. You need multiple years. So we done a population, a habitat model of them to see, you know, if we can predict where they are in the landscape. Sure, it's basically where Mopani trees are. But Mopani trees are also under pressure for harvest and all these things. But there's also a relationship between the Mopani worms and the trees. So they don't go to every tree and it can't be too shallow, too short. And then the thing is, it's like Barbara says, the ecology of this stuff is very difficult because it's not studied. But once the Mopani female emerges, she attracts the males to her. She doesn't fly. So she lays her eggs where she is, which makes it very weird because she's not moving around unless the wind blows her out. And that's why you will get sometimes these populations in the middle of nowhere. You know, it's just not good habitat for them. But they are probably pushed by so genetically, I don't know, Barbara, that's what I've always asked, is the females don't move. You know, they're stuck there. So I was always thinking if the males come from that area, are they not related now? I don't know. What is happening? Because, you know, how far, nobody knows how far the males move. So when you find, when you attract with a light trap a female, she has no eggs. So you will find them only when they come out and it's like literally 1 or 2 days, she lays her eggs and she dies.
I had a brilliant idea at some point, but Sandra didn't think much of it. So my brilliant idea was, which one? Let's go back to all the satellite data for the past, I don't know, 20 years and see if we can detect the flare-ups, the outbreaks as flare-ups, because there's quite, if the outbreak is big enough, there will be defoliation, and that defoliation has to look different from other types of things that happen to the trees. But Sandra didn't think that it was this was great.
But I think it was a resolution issue,
Yeah.
because the further you go back, which is
Yeah.
what you need high resolution
Yeah.
imagery. So the best you can get is landslides back then, which is a 40-meter resolution, but that's 40 meters.
Yeah.
So you need to have this really big defoliation events to be able to.
Yes, and that was the problem, because I asked around for people who might have records of big outbreaks associated with severe defoliation events with the date and the precise GPS location, and we could use those points as references for identifying similar. Yes, I have a little data set. Maybe 10 or 12.
We go back in time and, you know, again, it doesn't fit into what people think this is, you know, so that it was never funded. But to say, can we go back? Because the thing we want to know is, did the outbreak change? We're getting less outbreaks because some people say we do, some people say we don't.
Integrate indigenous knowledge. I mean, have you built trust with?
No, that's the.
It's a very sensitive
Very
information.
sensitive. People don't. You know.
It's asleep.
This is the perfect time to actually start collaborating. Why can't you get traders data? They don't trust.
Just talk now. I mean, the thing is, you need a student from there who goes and lives there. He has to go to the village and live there for a whole year. And then the data becomes sensitive. You should not, share it. It's like any sensitive data, but that will give you. Right now, we are. Access. But we now first develop the trust and move. But yeah. Stuff is. Because we know the soil, and it's
But it looks to me like you just want to take and do your stuff and that's it.
This whole project started because community said they think other communities. Now you get people from other powers. If you go to Gauteng, you will see the big trucks, they're full of Mopani trees, wood. So people are also harvesting the wood. So then the community said, listen, if you start cutting out all our trees, we're going to lose the worms. So the traditional authorities, so I work closely with the Vembe Biosphere, and through those groups, it became apparent that this Mopani worms is an issue. So now, from there, that was the question the original question we wanted to know is there an outbreak? That's where Zonda started her MSc. So is we know some sites where there were outbreaks, and the idea we go and see we previous years there was huge outbreaks. Next year, not single one. So at that time, I worked with Prof. Foot, and me and my student Bonnie, we looked more on the ecology side, what do they do in the landscape and things like that. So the whole idea is to empower these communities to have knowledge around the species. Because remember, a community that lives here have knowledge around the worms here.
Right.
They don't really have too much information about worms in that area. know, and from a problem. No, you have worked on nothing for years. So now it becomes an issue. Is this real or not? So we were talking yesterday, so the first culprit people say is climate change. Now, is it really climate change, or is this story, you know, the whole thing came about? So definitely it has to flow back to the communities around what does it mean, this interaction with these things. A lot of communities don't know that the worms comes from the moth. So they only know there's worms and the moths. They don't necessarily always know the connection between the two. So, you know, there's also a little bit of misinformation in some communities when they look at the stuff. But, you know, that's all knowledge that sits in the communal landscape. But at the end of the day, this thing comes down to if it's lost, the trade is one part, but the ecosystem impact will be massive. Because, I mean, you've got no idea if there's 1 million worms, you know how much frass they produce, how much nutrients go back into the soil. Remember, an elephant breaks the whole Mopani tree and eats it. A Mopani worm just takes off the leaves. So the structure stays exactly there. And within 2 months, all the leaves are back into those Mopani trees. So they defoliate, but non-damaging. Whereas elephants and things like that, they need to break the trees. So, you know, we don't know if the trees are dependent on this defoliation at all. We don't know. Maybe if all the Mopani trees stop defoliating, then maybe that crashes. I don't know. So there's a whole host of ecological, questions around these Mopani worms that we have no idea about.
Just starts to unpack, which is ecology.
Yeah.
And that's what happens with the start of really understanding.
And in this case, it's not data that's sitting inside people's laptops. Okay? This is
Like a book.
Just the last one for me. I'm here because I met Professor Conrad. I don't know if some of you know him, of course. The issue that I was facing with as a town planner, we were dealing with lithium mining way in Mzumbe. And it came to us as a rezoning application from agriculture to mining. Now, the people that we rely on to make this decision, we thought maybe the agriculture said yes. Oh, and people in the environment that we knew they said yes. But there are so many problems around the environment and the language that I'm hearing here that I felt we needed as planners to make this, to have this information so that we can make an informed, because I do feel we made an uninformed decision. There was no way we could say no, but we had no solid reasons to say yes. So I shared this with Professor Conrad, and before I knew it, I was part of this. And because I came here to listen, really.
Attention.
No, I'm not. I came to listen, and I'm hearing one of the big stories they sold us. No, don't worry, in 20 years' time, we will rehabilitate this whole area back to its original. Professor Conrad said, oh no, we can model that. I'm like, really? How come I didn't? So now I'm finding myself, in these quantitative aspects of planning, which didn't interest me at all. But I can see that we need some of these tools that I'm hearing here. And I'm hoping to inform. I'm going to write about this because, it's after the fact. But I just want to write an informed book or journal publication and give these nuances that you guys are talking about, the level of biodiversity that is going to be lost, that is being lost in that process of this mine. I can't even think. We're talking on the surface, people's homes cracking, employment, on the surface of things, roads getting degraded. But this level of detail that I'm hearing here, I think it's very useful for planners, for me to have. So yeah.
You get consultants in to do EIAs and things like that.
Yeah, well, that's what the environment people did, and they just said yes, and I couldn't understand how.
For the report where data.
Sometimes it comes. I guess I like the fact that here it's interdisciplinary. There, where we make decisions, we rely on experts. They bring a report to say, yeah, no problem, and we tick the box and we go.
Nowadays.
So I see now. You see now. So yeah. That's all. I'm here to learn, and I've learned so much. I'm hoping to hear some, whether I can sneak in my whatever I'm doing with this lithium mine. And I'm hearing there's another one that is coming up in your part of the world. So now I have these 2 case studies that I want to drill down, and
And we have the answer to that.
For me, you said the resolution of climate data. You were interested. It depends on data and the resolution. For example, there is a 0.25
temporal resolution.
temporal resolution and or special resolution. That's about 27 something meter. Yeah, like that. Yeah, and you consider as a grid level. Yeah, as a grid level. For example, when I am doing the plant function types mapping compared to land cover types, land cover considers the land as an average. Type as well. So that
those are products. So that's also something that part of my PhD was looking at the chirps data set. That's local station data to try and see the discrepancies. The resolution that you need for apartment party will need to know how much rain the day before. And 1 minute there, the next minute they're not, the other way around. They're not when they're there. So there's some finer scale driver that's causing that, giving that signal for them to actually take over. And that's the thing that's missing. So we played with eye buttons a little bit. And you need to know where to put the eye button, but you don't know. You don't know where it's going to come. But we need to play with stuff like that. So definitely do some modeling. That's what thanks. You move about left. Get through. Who's escaping? So I've got my one.
They gave up.
And maybe we should take a break. Right. Okay. And then we've got a thing, and then tomorrow we'll start again with the breakdown of the work packages that we have. That's the distribution and formation.
I can already see the California worm consortium.
Depends. Some people
Why, they just
people love them.
they just fry them.
Oh, well, depends. Roll them, you know, they so you can even buy pizzas nowadays. Pizza, like chili. You can have a body break and then some things. Talking about just people just boil them.
Can you do like a kebab?
And remember, it's dried already.
Oh.
They dry out.
Oh.
When people harvest them, they press out the gut content.
Oh, I see.
Then it's dried. So that's where the problem starts.
Oh.
People dry them, they normally dry them on heat of the sun. To sell them faster, they make fire. And they make a fire, coals, and put a plate, the roof sheet, and then they dry them artificially. It seems like that creates problems for them. Stuff. So, yeah. It's different, they say. So normally people put them on a sheet to dry in the sun.
Have you heard them?
Yeah, I know them, but I don't eat them.
Oh, you don't taste that?
No. Yeah.
Hey, I don't think I would.
The problem of how long the sheet and then they dry and so they make it
quick, and remember, then they pack them in big bags, then they start to ferment and they get more of them, and it becomes actually dangerous.
Oh,
so there's all of that. But I mean, it's a very interesting thing because this one friend of mine, he used to work on this a lot, compounding worms. So what they did is they tried informal domestication. Okay. So you can go to a tree and you can fetch the eggs and you can bring the eggs to your tree and put them there.
Okay.
And you put a piece of wire in your hand, the eggs there. And as they emerge, they will climb onto your tree and feed. That is in your yard. Your worm. You own them.
So now
and then the problem started. They all died. And it's because of that. It looks like it was parasitic. So they would even, when they dig to the soil, they will dig out the pupa, then they will go and bury them in like a yard and put a net over them. So when they emerge, you take them and you put them in a tree and they will lay the eggs in the tree. So you farm them. But it looks like
for subsistence, right?
It's not for commercial.
Is it seasonal or is it year round?
No, seasonal. They come out twice a year. December and March.
So it's really weather.
Very weather dependent.
It looks like now there's a lot of things happening in this. I mean, one. Yeah, because now doing their business on their own. It's not regulated anywhere. You can just do it as you wish, and it creates problem and.
Okay, now commercial worms it's controlled by the tribal authority. Chief says yes, you can harvest. Community, they chase the people away.
No, sure.
You can see there's a big dynamics there. You can't get involved in.
Yeah.
You know.
Big business.
Business.
Wow.
Big business.
The reason why we are finding them a lot in the vendor side, is it because of the soil?
Yes, and the more trees.
Okay.
So, quite a lot of, especially north of the mountain, the sand mustn't be sandy.
Yes.
And it mustn't be too clayey, because if it's too clay, the water and technically, especially the water can get.
But it rains a lot that side. I wonder then how.
North of.
Okay.
That's all. That's where you find them. The day is running.
I don't think so.
I know where he is. I think this guy is in the building, I think I leave the bed.
So dancing here now. I'm probably my party with. And now listening about this, I realize why I didn't get one. So. In fact, I got one. I got one. I published with Tim O'Connor.
Yeah.
And then I saw one citation come through. I thought, that's exciting. Look, Tim O'Connor. He had cited it. And I see why people like you would have ignored it. Because what we showed is that elephants and mahogany and have a similar effect on defoliating. And second, our model was very similar. Did you see my paper? Yeah. What's the aim of the to explain that's okay. Not necessarily.
The same level, if you ever defoliation, that's not the hardware. Maybe the other one. It's actually it is not the actual nobody even knows why these other installations. Nobody has got any. But you.
Are we looking at snacks? There's also some fruits if you want.
For me, working. Trying to get
I'm not used to
that's the
inside. I usually
Ah, interesting.
around the corner, really.
I was going to do a master's on this with Bruce Page. I was going to take a shump. We're going to grow some species. Then I was going to take a shump, go in and hit them. And see changes in the tannin content.
15th of June. Good time of year.
I wanted to do them a point where don't care about for they actually this year.
So the colloquium, just in the open area of the meal sea.
Yeah, my communication.
Oh, is that the same?
That's exactly that was the project. I was going to beat some of the plants and then measure the other one.
I haven't seen the meal sea in so long.
Not parasitoids, the parasitic water.
Yeah, this one's.
They still have that coffee.
Afterward, they have coffee,
No,
snacks.
but they have that. They used to have that marble that was
It's
still there. Yeah.
I count.
Yes, and then we used to get
7 wasps.
Wow.
Coming out.
Yeah, and Marbury had this peanut butter bars.
It's so
Really good.
It's all kind of.
Yeah, the movie place used to be called Pulp. Pulp Cinema, yeah, and they had popcorn, you could get popcorn.
So, but.
So you have seen you for all in the farming and all these water games. You were trying
Movie theaters are popcorn.
You're talking about the yellow jacket.
No, but they can't live here.
Well, maybe if you release it to the conservative or want some other.
So many, but it's just.
I'm gonna fix one more.
What?
Okay. Lorenzo Basile. It just finished this.
Okay.
Used to you remember Richard?
Yes.
All in work at night. Still there.
Okay.
So like Lorenzo is always teasing with Matthew. They are doing this at the same time. in all team retreats, those two are quality are so. But it's not finished. Oh. Mark finished his PhD years ago. And after he went to Ames. He a tutor at Ames.
I have zero interest in data. Data is not something that.
After that, got also contract lecture position.
It's not something that I.
Grew up in nature, they don't want to be there. So.
And
They grew up in the handling.
So then I went back.
Yeah.
Roughly, no.
So they have big
He's right.
Gene editing.
Did he finish his?
It's just being promoted as.
But they have no.
It's
even.
And you've got Gabby. Gabby still?
What? Yeah.
Oh, she's doing postdoc. There are not that many PhD students there.
No, it's good to have new ones. I mean, I don't think you two have met. Rika, Lyman.
No.
Maybe you know, Alyssa Little. Alyssa Little, Jessica. Both from the.
One of them, I think, emailed me to ask
We
for
just advertised.
something at one point. I can't remember what it was.
I think Alyssa,
Yeah. But data.
MSc and PhD, so he's very.
Okay.
I headhunted
Yeah, one of them emailed me about data.
to apply. She applied and she got it.
Never met.
She's the woman
She was
who
working.
was doing the
Yes.
interview, but she might not take it.
Well, it's
Two positions.
Emma
31.
Nestle.
So across the country, across the world.
Okay.
So my question is, I don't know, I didn't attend because I was going to be postdoc. I didn't attend the interviews. I was away anyways. But I could go and find out about this. If there's any good enough to look at data.
Yeah, we met our.
I don't think there's any funding there. Would you be able to fund one?
If you give a month, actually.
I have one postdoc already.
At some stage, she was also part of the thing. And then she finished her. It's part of typical, that's an aims you
Need them.
Look of them.
Look at these people.
I have a part of
Yeah, any other program. Because I don't know who the issue is, you know, it's part of it, physics. Resident, cosmology and quantum, and so that gets pushed a lot. No leader is a cosmologist. So I think he's only
besides teaching
to make it look
so she
so that he doesn't look like he's just taking the bets. I'm sure he is.
always
A lot of that is applicants.
she applied like
But I'll find out.
the head of the university and so on. So then she came back to at BUT first. It wasn't BBC, BUT vice chancellor at BUT. And then she came to talk with BUT. South. Do you guys still remember Tina?
Because they don't want to be there, especially in the summer.
Yeah.
Finished,
She was around when I was there.
Yeah.
She sat next to me.
Personal, yeah.
Yes, we started doing that. Yeah.
We finished her postdoc. She
Like the
supplied
supply, what's going to come out of this thing.
last time when I checked with her,
And I've realized.
I also said, good aim for a strategic position. She always wanted to leave, like Must be a strong word.
Yeah.
Neurological out of the palm. But now I realize, so we had an invoice.
So where the institute's going at the moment.
That's when it's all.
Yeah.
And I tell them when I get home, change it.
Our team is slowly reducing.
Not clean. Because it's there anyway.
Which is part of the African branch of the institute.
Yeah, we're more part of a global team, actually.
These are, they don't run seven.
Really, no. Especially in our institute that we're in. So we're at CIATS. There's not really so they do sometimes African research, different countries in Africa.
What's nice is
But there's not a specific branch that's here.
One of the research grant applications, like some from the US.
Yeah.
They also collaborators part of doing this job. But based in the US. University, I think.
You know.
What sort of
So through the project, it's, I just, we have the same type of email.
Oh, yeah, but it's big. It's a big research institute. There's like a couple of thousand people. And there's a big branch in the US. Like Sandy, she's in the US. She leads now one of our work packages.
Potentially consider, especially in Cape Town, Somerset West to South of there. And
Bridget, she's in Cape Town, yeah.
Don't have space.
Depends on what you want from it.
Yeah.
I don't want just iron. But
Yeah,
really.
nice space, yeah.
This camera, so you got that. The footage was green.
Yeah, so I mean, it depends how long CF continues. Our research group,
Background data.
I think our research group is slowly diminishing.
You can actually go.
So it's also solid.
What does a setup?
Yeah.
It's much like
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, guys.
Essentially is to get the big research.
Yes, that's exactly, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah.
No, I mean, underground.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's what we've been trying to do. But even within CIAT, the problem is the overheads are so high. So high. Like the overheads. They're like
In the world? Africa.
More than.
But
Wow, that's falling. In the US, they charge 70%.
All that data. Well, it depends again on email. We have a.
But so often we apply for grants, and one of the biggest feedback we get is your overheads are too high.
How many? 20% of it.
We have.
2025.
Stellenbosch is 25.
So then you can look at the stuff and say.
But that's just direct overheads. Then there's also indirect, and so it ends up being like 40% more than, let's say, what Uni will earn is what we have to charge for now, same as me. So you're pretty much charging 140% Uni's work. More than you're charging more than that. So they account for all these weird things, and then it's positional and this and
Yeah.
so then
That's very.
So that's where we get it from after that.
I see in the universities, we focus on that. You don't support self.
That's so different.
Yeah, so consider that.
yeah, because when we apply for grants, it's everything. It's like you're covering salary, you're covering travel, accommodation.
Then with
20%.
So they'll meet up in KZN.
I mean, even US.
Data that we can try and
Yeah. I don't know.
This project supposedly is at the moment isn't it gaining change.
You managed to get the.
We can have Pendra.
We're currently working on a.
Because it didn't happen, it was so late proposal at that time, it was a bit too late. We're trying.
Remember going down.
Yeah, then another one.
Yeah.
I want to suck up.
Well.
You need like a few universities though. That's what we are. Right now we're doing the GCF. It's been taking a while.
Her post
Yeah.
joined me for a year.
And then we've been sending in other proposals like the one we did, the health one we did last week.
Most of the year.
It was called Sea Dream.
Wrap up, and then we go to cinema.
Yeah, some collaboration.
Past.
My one is tiny, but there's nothing.
That's what the postdoc told me. I never heard of it.
No, that's
Shit.
yeah, no, I think so. He was she. Okay. No, that's not. I know her quite well. I don't think that's a Colleen. I mean, I've never had any.
Oh, yeah. It's for the recording. It wasn't never the YouTube. Face.
He knows.
How many minutes? Okay. So we just want to quickly discuss a little bit about potential administration logistic things, because in 2025, we're struggling to get any ring things to budget. So that's why we also push to have this key meeting. Use a little bit about the 2025 budget, because the end of March is the end of the financial year. In 2026, we're going to start 2026 budget. I think some of the points here you'll also hear from Francesco's colloquium. ETEX is African focused. So we would like to focus on South African systems, regional South African systems, local, and also Southern Africa and eventually Africa. And there are four pillars, but three are related. Research, training, engagement. I mean, engagement is pretty much related to engage with your stakeholders, town planners, all sorts of potential stakeholders. So this is engagement. I just snapshot from the website. The engagement, this is pretty much related to fundings, student opportunities. I don't know why they put this into the engagement. And then they also have a training. It's pretty much very important at NETEX for student trainings. They have summer school coding, summer school mini school, math school, and all sorts of things to train students. So you could propose a training course, and you can run that in Univen, because Univen is also a node. You run that at Univen, they broadcast across all the nodes network. They will report that. And this training is budgeted separately from the focus area. So the focus area we are talking about right now is here. It's part of the research. That's why within the focus area, they only count your research outputs. You can see publication, Google Scholar, Nature Index. That's what they report. So you can design, they will encourage all the work packages and focus areas to think ahead about colloquiums, seminars, mini schools, and so on, but that can be budgeted separately. Whereas the focus area, you're thinking about research activities on specific topic that is related to your focus area. For instance, data curation on Mopania worms, and design a mechanistic process-based Mopania worm model and map the potential distribution of Mopania worms and so on. So let me just check. What? Okay. I'm just going to use my tab here. So these are the focus areas. And we are essentially here, quantitative biology. And there are currently, I think it's 8 focus areas, 8 or 10. So you can see within this focus area, you can also collaborate with other focus areas. But it's quite often very difficult. So everyone is open for collaborations, but you will have to contact the coordinator work package leads to participate the activities. For instance, some other folks would like to participate our workshops, especially from this one. You can see this one is very much related. And of course, some folks from mathematics, they also want to formalize your research questions in, for instance, category theory of mathematics, using mathematics. Statistics, obviously, yes, this is related to statistic modeling and development of the methods. Quantitative finance, I mean, we have been invited to see how can we find synergies, especially if we want to consider socioeconomic aspects of the questions.
Yeah, I have questions. So what is the type of relationship with the other area with the climate change? Because also I was looking on the web and there's no activities declaring that.
Yeah, like I said, in 2025, literally nothing happened. Okay, because they only launched in October formally. Before that, there are dialogues, discussions. I was even sitting in one of the workshops here, but it's pretty much nothing happened.
When you say nothing happened, what do you mean exactly?
So basically, in a workshop, we discuss there is necessity for us to design a system modeling, Earth system modeling. Yes, eventually everyone agrees. How do we start? Where is the resources to support purchase a HPC? No, there's no resources. And so this type of workshop. So there is no human capacity this kind of targeted, identified. Who's going to run this? Where are you going to run this? So there is no conclusion there. So their meeting, the conclusion is there is a need, but they can't identify any champion to run it, to host it. So the ideal case would be Stellenbosch, because there is Earth modeling, School for Climate Studies, and run this, host this. But School for Climate Study doesn't have hardware to do this. So it's this type of issue. And why School for Climate Studies need to host this? So they have their own agenda. The same thing, we have to think about this. Each of us or all of us going to propose activities. Who is a champion? Who gonna actually do that? Because eventually down the line, if we have lots of workshops, at the end of the year, what are we going to report back? And so that's one thing. Let me continue. So in the beginning of this year, there was this progress report. I and Kevin, we collated from work package leads and presented it at NETEX. But at NETEX, when it comes to the performance of focus areas, this is what they're counting. They would like to see open access publications, collaborative publications. They don't want to see single authored papers. So work together on something. They don't want to see this situation like when you want to read a paper, you have to pay $27 a euro. Yeah.
This may sound like a very silly question, but this is from somebody only now we're starting to understand how this whole thing works. So this is what they want, right? And what they're looking for, but what is it that we get?
Very little. I'm not joking.
This is what I don't understand.
They provide this, I mean, kind of almost like put my hat to represent Francesco. They provide this platform and limited running cost for you to run the collaborations, research, and you can establish your collaborations and so on.
I could establish that.
In return, you have publications with a secondary affiliation, which says NETEX. And they will not claim your DHET incentives.
All the 1,000 rand.
Well, there are actually much more than that, yeah.
And if I could add, okay, as I see it, and I've already said I'm hugely negative about this, but the other point is that if you believe that that affiliation assists you in getting funding, and in my case, I think it does. So that when I'm looking for funding, I'm not just at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, I'm part of this greater collaborative institute.
Yeah. I mean, you can consider this fund as limited, as small, as your seed fund for you to leverage much bigger grants. That's also what they're looking forward to. They want to provide you a seed fund so that you can thrive. What they claim is just your secondary affiliation, which they don't claim any incentives.
Right. And this seed fund, how is it, what's the scale of it? How is it managed? How is it?
That's what we want to discuss, to finalize. Yeah.
Yes.
Misuse, so now they're still trying to figure out how they can administer the funds, and they're very smart. So my hope is that things will improve administratively, so we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater just yet.
Yeah, that's another good point. Just stick with it for a bit and see what happens.
Another question is, I see that this in particular, do they consider also other journals, or is that just the main
They
focus?
consider all publications, especially it has to be DHET listed, yeah. So, but that's kind of thousands of journals. That's not an issue. But they specifically count Q1 journal because for their report they do a search online. How many publications NETEX produced in Q1 journals?
But independent if it's not in ecology, for example. If I publish something.
Yeah, that's totally fine. The Q1 journal in agri-science, that's okay.
They still take.
Yeah.
This Q1 is fine.
Yeah. So Q1 basically is in your research field are reputable journals. Yeah. Because it's the top 25%. It's not if you look at down the line, the other, it's can be
Another maybe
really bad journals and so on.
Not a silly question or not, but when we talk about open access, then we also we can have issues because for certain people, get open access to some historic journals.
Yeah, that, of course, that's misunderstanding.
Some of
You,
those,
you can make your publication open access in
any of the
in
other-
Nature and Science.
Yes.
So they want the article itself to be open access because that's a requirement from the NRF.
Doesn't mean that they prefer open access journal. That's for an example, like, because I know that
Oh, well.
NDPI
Yeah.
have been very criticized, especially
I think you are totally safe if your publication is in the Q1 journal. And you make your articles open access, because you can publish with the Sunlight agreement. Then it's open access. And actually, we don't need to pay with that agreement. You can see for multidisciplinary field, there are only 39 journals in the Q1. But in ecology, there are 120. That's quite a lot. So essentially, it covers everything. If you can think of, it's basically everything is covered there. Next is they're pretty much focusing on Nature Index. So this Nature Index, this is the Nature Index for NEAT text. They are already being tracked in Nature Index as an institute. So they would like you to add your standard affiliation. Second one is NEAT text, full spelling full, and NEAT text aberration, and then your university and your address.
What does this mean? This table here, what does this mean? What
This one.
Yeah, that number of articles, is it articles with a NEAT affiliation in current biology, 500?
No. This is 518 articles published in Current Biology 2025, but it's not NEAT text. But for Nature Index, they track how many papers NEAT text has published. And all in those ones are related to basic gas. Because Nature Index only track 145 journals, of which there's only those few that are related to us.
Can I just emphasize? Yeah, because it did cause some confusion. So I was putting National Institute of Theoretical whatever, and then comma South Africa, because as far as I know, it's a South African institute. But it created a lot of confusions, and some journals just got very angry with me because you had to have this tongue. So that's why they've adapted it. I didn't know this was the latest, your university and then your address.
Because your university, yeah, is typically a node.
Yes.
Because they want to eventually also say, okay, this publication is from this branch, this node.
Then what I did was, because I didn't know about this, to satisfy them, I put KZN node, Durban. But now I know. But I presume it will go through the wash.
For
The
instance,
next round.
For instance, in some publications, I just get rid of for the secondary affiliation.
At least I point out it's a node. Or my university.
Yeah, I think you can just put your
Well, I
university.
suppose it exists everywhere. I don't know.
You can put your university there. They are tracking this whole thing here. Yeah, that's why lots of reported publications that we mentioned didn't pop up. That's because of that. So you either didn't precisely use this term, or for Nature Index, you didn't publish in those journals. So you're not contributing to their nature index. So what they are emphasizing is we should collectively within the group, also with other collaborators, publishing in nature index journals. Or, so this is a priority for them. Second one is the Q1 journals. Because Q2, Q3, there's so many journals, it doesn't build up their reputations. Yeah. Because last year alone, NETEX published 770 articles. How many in Q1? I think it is more than 200. So that's why that's what they're reporting. So if you're publishing non-nature indexed journal or Q2, Q3, that's really contribute very trouble then. Okay.
So how much did it cost? NETEX?
Two?
Yeah, overall, how much?
Last
did
year,
it cost?
nothing.
Yes.
They didn't give any money.
Each focus area, I mean.
No, that total of 700 papers that were published with the NETEX affiliation.
Yeah.
How much did it cost NETEX?
They distributed the fund to different nodes.
How much in total was?
I have no idea that
Uh,
we're at a national level.
We know, roughly speaking, for the focus area, they distributed about 6 to 8 million rands. Yeah.
And that was seed funding throughout the different nodes.
So it's kind of like what we're discussing here. That's the support.
Okay.
There's a lot. Every university in South Africa.
You need to consider there are 10 focus areas. You have to divide by 10. So each focus area is not that much. Yeah.
So in terms of the study area context, all E5 belongs to the same area with different.
Each one is separate.
All in South Africa or Southern Africa.
It's South African only.
This is rand, right? 7 million rand.
Yeah, 6 or 7 million.
This is great business. 1,000 rand per paper. That's what it costs.
Yeah.
10,000 rand per paper.
Although what they said is they don't compete with your department. Okay, you can add a secondary, they are not claiming any money from DHE.
Yeah, sure, but
Yeah.
but still they get a very good deal.
Yeah, they got a reputation, they established their names, that's what they do. In return, they provided the platform and the seed fund for you to run research. You can just, so I can also borrow Francesco's words. Imagine you have the seminar room, you have communications, you have at least running cost support. So that's what they provided. In return, they only need your names.
But I'll wear the opposite hat.
Mhm.
We just use MS Teams and we'll get on very nicely. Thank you. but yeah, I'm wearing both hats anyway. As well.
So to me is if we can access fund properly to projects. We have Priyanka in her work package 2. She was planning a number of activities, so she is also planning a number of activities in 2026. You plan ahead, you contact, you get in order to funds. Yeah, something that's problem I face. So if you design your research activities, you won't be the champion and you are part of the node. That's brilliant, not the hard. It has to handle all the nodes in the research. So there were take you last minute to give you tickets. Travel again. That's the challenge.
Any ideas if some of those problems gonna be solved this year, 2026? So maybe because we were discussing it in the coffee break. That probably the best way that NITEC can support us is through other type of activity, not only the symposium that things. So
Yeah, I totally agree with you about this.
that other type of action. So I don't know, from this type of general discussions, what they say about that. So any thoughts about that support here?
That's a strategic thing. Let me just switch off this button. That's where when they designed the National Institute programs. Because the National Institute program is designed to not support your bursary, fellowship, and salary. So those three things gone, you have limited things. Another thing they don't want to support is hardware. You can't purchase materials to go to the field. You can't buy a computer. Without all of those, the rest you can spend on. But they have limited human capacity. Yeah, so they only have those few directors. They only supported 5 salaries, which is the director and deputy directors and so on. And the rest you can do to support your research is limited. So you can think as diverse, wide as you can to spend the rest of the support. Yeah, so we think about, like, for instance, service. So we have collaborators contributing data. We can't get them on board. They can send us an invoice then. We can try to solve that within one activity. We can support it. So that's one thing. The other thing is focused workshops like this. While we're happy with the venue, we can go to the exotic element.
Let's go to.
Kruger or something.
No, but other places that you have a room there.
Yeah, so.
My question was in terms of the strategic thinking. You say that they don't want to do it. I think, for example, students is the easy way that we can collaborate, because if we establish certain collaboration between or among groups, can be one of the students that.
It's the shared.
So this is in practice. So you can have a students that is supported by NRF or anything else. Then you can have the students exchanged between the groups and so on. That exchange cost, they can, the student himself, or herself, the bursary, you are not, unless you apply through the NRF using defects in the UID that you get funded. Of course, then they will report the students as NITEC student, funded students. So last year, there are still quite a lot of students supported in that way. Yeah. So students, they can support, but the students need to apply through the NRF Connect portal, same place. They can't separately from students. Yeah. Because the money is from the same place. Yeah.
I think we must wrap up now and head to NITEC's talk. We start again tomorrow, 8:30.
After the colloquium is the dinner. Yeah.
We're going to the Nelsie Cinema to listen to Francesco. From there, we'll go to dinner.
Do we have time to go home or not really?
Probably meet us at the restaurant, but we'll be walking from the restaurant straight up, from the talk straight to the restaurant. But we can tell you where the restaurant is if you really want to go home, but it'll be a bit tight. Yeah, so we'll.
So hopefully tomorrow morning, so this is the rough plan. So tomorrow morning, we're gonna wrap up to make sure that each work packages can have a few kind of budgeted items. Items means activities. And for each activity, we need a champion. Yeah, Mapania War Consortium or some activity. Orange or Barbara.
Every time you need the ridiculous example.
Yeah, so that we're very clear. Yeah. And then you can basically, how much do we have in 2026? Collectively, we have 700K. So we have to budget waiting 700K. Yeah, so I can also honestly tell you, last year we have 650K. Ring fenced, so this is another thing. The money is not distributed to you, to me, to anyone. It's ring fenced in the cluster center. So you have to, so we define those budgeted item ring fenced. They will reserve those money for you to use for that activity. And then you have to approach them to show them this is our budgeted item for this. We're organizing this workshop using this money, and then they will release that. So to some extent, they will organize the things for you. For instance, we have this meeting, they organize the travel accommodation.
But it was a bit of a close
We-
call.
Although, to be honest, we didn't give them much time.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was a rushed decision at the last.
Yeah, because we go on into the 2026 plan.
Yeah.
We haven't spent anything.
We spent hours.
So tomorrow morning, that's everyone trying to think about, especially the work package lead. Think about your activities with the budget there. And I think April, they will ask us to submit a final list. Each one, just one item, the budget, who is gonna run it. Good.